chose to move forward with remote learning. The decision outraged. Elon Musk said that migrants will, quote, come for your home after a video was shared to X of migrants being dropped off at a school in New York City. About 1,900 asylum seekers were seen being dropped off at a high school in Brooklyn to take precaution from a storm over concerns that Floyd Bennett Field would flood. Although the migrants were reportedly cleared out by sunrise, the principal chose to move forward with remote learning. The decision outraged parents and Musk, who's been very outspoken against the U.S. border crisis since he visited Eagle Pass, Texas last year.
How does it feel that you kicked all the kids out of school tomorrow? How does it feel? You feel good? I hope you feel good.
An ex-user pointed out that migrants are already being housed in American homes and cited an August 2023 article from Boston News 25. At the time, the Massachusetts governor just declared a state of emergency over the migrant crisis and asked that the federal government and residents help out. New York has recently been buckling under the pressure of an influx of migrants and has been trying to shuttle some into New Jersey. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy just won't have it. The crisis has gotten so bad that New York City Mayor Eric Adams has reversed the budget cuts to the New York police and fire departments.
This morning, there is growing outrage against the city's decision to shelter migrant families at a Brooklyn high school during Tuesday's storm. Nearly 2,000 migrants were moved from Floyd Bennett Field to James Madison High School, forcing those students there to learn remotely yesterday.
Assemblyman Michael Novikov joined the parents in a protest outside the school, calling on the city to do better. Representative Novikov is with us this morning. Thank you so much. So, what was the mood with the parents yesterday? How did they feel about what was going on at their school?
Well, good morning. They were outraged. They were not happy. They were afraid what's going to happen next. Will school be properly sanitized after, migrants were there?
What kind of heads up did the parents get that they were going to move these kids, these migrants from Floyd Bennett into their school? Because some of those parents work, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And then they had to completely rearrange their day because their kids now were home.
So they were told that probably migrants will be moved to Madison High School in Brooklyn. And then by the night, this is when I received a text message from one of my constituents. She said, Michael, please help us. We don't know what to do. The school day is canceled for tomorrow. Everything is moved online remotely, which never happened, by the way.
Why? What happened?
I don't know. I guess
the teachers
didn't manage to log into Zoom or something. I don't know.
None of the teachers?
As Tatiana told me, they just gave them the assessments. They gave students the assessments, and that's it. So there were no online lessons as well.
This is why remote learning did not work during COVID, right? And here we are again.
Exactly.
Why do you think they chose James Madison High School? Is it because the area is economically disadvantaged? Why not Breezy Point, which is closer?
I don't know, actually. I don't know how they choose the locations, but all I know is school is a wrong place for sheltering migrants.
Well, speaking of that, so Nathaniel Stein.
I want y'all to see that. I just wanted y'all to see that. 162,000 migrants have arrived in New York alone since 2002. Did y'all, if you watched the last live, y'all seen me do the live on the people who got caught up with the tunnels in New York, right? Did y'all know that migrant Mexican workers dug those illegal tunnels for those Hasidic Jews? And does this even affect you? Do you think about this? You dig what I'm talking about? Do you even know that it affects you? I think sometimes we keep our head in the clouds so much and on so much of the spiritual things that we don't actually take into account of really what's going on around us. Right? So we're going to show that they're using billions and billions and millions of dollars to satiate these illegal immigrants who are piling in this country, who feel they are entitled to come here and tether into your community and then leech from it, and then have the gall to turn their nose up and look down at you. While it is that many of the jobs coming into the Americas are being took by unskilled immigrant workers who are willing to take less. So with this brown skin and the and a white supremacist society, we obviously know who's being affected by illegal immigration the most.
Dyer, an education department spokesman for schools here in New York City, he tweeted, "Schools are a safe haven for all children, including our newest New Yorkers. For years, they have opened their doors to families displaced during emergencies." What's your response to that?
Well, I don't think that migrants whose health hasn't been checked, who didn't go through any vetting, can stay in our schools, because it's simply dangerous for our kids.
But do we know if their health hasn't been checked, though? Do we know that for sure?
So I spoke with people, and I spoke with elected officials. Nobody can confirm that their health has been checked.
So I actually got a tour of the Roosevelt Hotel, which is the processing center, and they do check for vaccines, but the migrants are not forced to take the vaccines that we were forced to take at one point.
Right.
So we don't know whether they've taken them or not.
Well, it's just a vaccination, right? But they don't go through.
Oh, it's just a vaccination now. It's just a vaccination. People was losing their lives and their homes over this shot just a minute ago. Oh, now it's nothing. You done duped all the people into taking your poisons. And then look what the sister said. She said, "I saw a video where a politician was recently asking American families to house immigrants." Sister, it's already going on. It's already going on. You know how many of my people I love are teachers who were forced to take these shots because they loved what they did so much they used it against them. I bet you wish you had a WASPy then. That's a benefit. One benefit of rocking with a WASPy. You can always go right into the book and just show that we don't do vaccination. Guess what? This exemption's already built in. But they forced y'all to take it. Come on, let's go. This a real thing. Cause see, they're not helping the people who already there. They're not helping me and you in these ghettos. Billions of dollars are being spent federally and through the state, because now the federal has not even, they just dumping people in these places. New York, Chicago, Texas, they just Michigan, they just dumping them. They boost the crime rate. And then these are all added into the black population, the Negroes. This go into on us. So everything that they doing, crime that may be happening from them. How you think all this fentanyl is getting here? Hashtag illegal tunnels too. You dig what I'm talking about? But let's get back to it.
The health check. So I'm an immigrant myself. I came to this country legally.
And then, see, that's the fucking problem, right? Excuse my French. That's the problem right there. We got these people who ain't us speaking for us. You have you gain something from your immigrant. Actually, you gain something from civil rights that we fought for, that we not even getting. When the last time you got some free housing, a free car, free health care? What do you think they're going to do with these people? That's what they're going to give them all. Where and who's paying for it? And you can't get Negroes right in America. You giving these people billions and then dumping billions of more dollars into Ukraine. But you ain't going to get your people here together. This ain't going to just keep going on. Y'all going to have to get y'all ass back across the border. See, you ain't got to worry about how cold it is up in Chicago. You ain't got to worry about how cold it is in New York, in Detroit. If you go home, guess where it's warm at? Mexico. It's real warm in Mexico right now. We got these people speaking for us that ain't us. He don't speak for me. He ain't been through no struggle. If you had really been in a struggle, you would have did it in your own country. You'd have pulled yourself by your bootstraps up in your own country. But you couldn't. So you fled here. Right? You ran. That's one thing we don't do here. We don't run. We have nowhere to go. We're from America. You dig what I'm talking about? And no, you don't. You don't just get to just come in just because you're human. Right? You don't get to come in and leech off other people. That's not how it's done. There is a whole process to immigration. I can't go over there to Uganda and force migrate myself onto the Ugandans. I can't tomorrow say, oh, I want to be an Egyptian and just go to Egypt and become an Egyptian civilization. They won't even let you in the country unless you got that bag. Huh? If you understand that you can't even become a citizen of another country, especially Africa, right? Without that bag, hit me with a 1 in the chat real quick. But we're going to keep going because we're going to show you what's going on in New York. Cosmo going to show you.
My health was checked regularly. That's the same as many of the immigrants who came here.
The migrants were cleared out at 4:30 in the morning. Was there a reason school didn't resume?
I think they needed to clean the school, sanitize the school. But again, why 4:30 in the morning? Some of those migrant families have children. Why waking them up in the middle of the night and driving them back to Floyd Benefit? I just don't get it.
Them kids don't go to school. They wasn't worried about that when they dragged them up here. And then I had to look. We're going to show one of these things. You did what I'm talking about, where in Chicago, one of the Mexicans had to say, "You're not getting no money, niggas. No more money for you. No more money for you. Money come to us." This is who getting put out of project housing. You. They owe you that. That's not nothing. You got to have housing, clothes, shelter, clothing, and food. Guess what? Civil rights in America gave us that. When was the last time you got a check? Do any of y'all got a house built from the federal government? Why not? Your people got bit up by dogs, blew up in churches, stabbed, shot, buried in fields over this stuff. And then they twist the words. Look at the words. It's for minorities. No, it was Indian civil rights at first. And then they start applying them to minorities. So white women can get it. Gays can get it. Immigrants can get it. And everybody gets pushed to the back except for the man who they are for. The indigenous aboriginal copper-colored man. That remnants of the Algonquins here in America. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's going on all over the country. Let's go a little further.
It didn't make sense. And then it looked like there were pictures of the mayor there. Didn't even look like there were cots on the floor. These kids were laying on blankets on the floor.
I feel really sorry for them. And I feel really sorry for them. They have to live in Floyd Bennett Field. The place is not suited for living.
So meanwhile, we got another storm coming up on Friday into Saturday. Have you gotten a heads up of what's going to happen now at Floyd Bennett Field this weekend?
Well, the city said they're not planning to use Madison High School anymore for sheltering migrants, but hey, we don't know. They might use another school. So this has to be stopped. The schools is not a place for sheltering migrants. That's it.
Well,
and
what's the alternative?
Yeah, what do you propose?
It's coming to
Because
your
they have to go
city.
somewhere if
Right.
Space is an issue.
Yeah. So first of all, we have to get.
And let me not try to just blame this on the Mexicans, because you're going to see, and I'm going to show you some more stuff from just New York. Many of these migrants got black ass skin. Well, how is y'all Africans getting over there to Mexico if you too broke to make it in your own home? How are you getting over here from Africa, then to Haiti, then somehow over here to Mexico, to the border? They got these my brother told me, the brother Black Rain told me that in New York on the corners they got these little shelters, these little pop-up FEMA houses, and they be stacking these people in there. Think about it. This is when was this? This is 7 days ago. It's been 162,000, so they say, was brought since in a year. You dig what I'm talking about? Since 2022, right? And then in Chicago alone, on Friday to Sunday, another 20,000 are being dropped off in Chicago. Watch this.
We of the sanctuary city status. That's, my opinion. Secondly, right to shelter have to work only towards homeless New Yorkers, not migrants. And we have you're walking down the street, you see so many vacant commercial property, and landlords are just dreaming to lease it out for.
They do that for them, but they won't do it for your own people. This is what I'm not standing for no more. You dig what I'm talking about? This is what I'm not standing for.
With huge discounts. So I'm sure we can, work it out with leasing commercial property and using it. It's going to be much safer for all of us and for migrants, first of all. It's not weather dependent because Floyd Bennett's Field tents are weather dependent, and we see that now.
Assemblyman Michael Novikov, thank you so much for coming on and talking about what the people in your area experienced over the last few
Thank you so much for having.
Help those migrants leave the police station floors and go into shelters. Well, 30.
This is what happened in Chicago yesterday. Watch this.
4 aldermen voted for the $51 million. It did not come out without a lot of controversy, especially from some Black residents who say the money should go towards Chicago residents who have been neglected for years.
Facts. What about the native Chicagoans? What about Chicago itself? You dig what I'm talking about? What about the people there? Huh?
Very much committed to a revenue stream or revenue streams that ensure.
We can tell a sucker when we see one, right? Real recognize real, right? Recognize a bootlicker when you see one, don't you? Watch.
That we are dealing with the crises of those who are unhoused in the city of Chicago, while also making sure that there's room for those that we are welcoming.
We need to allocate some of this money for our Black children, for the Black community.
$51 million for migrants brought some loud and vocal opposition from the public, to the point where police had to escort people out of the city council meeting several times. Mayor Brandon Johnson asked for a 2-minute breather.
We want to make sure that we can continue to conduct the business of the people.
Since August, over 10,000 migrants have arrived in Chicago. Hundreds are.
You think you're going to fix this system with dudes like that speaking for us? How much you want to bet he an immigrant?
Sleeping on police station floors. The $51 million is expected to.
Remember, the people who really did the most damage to you look just like you.
Help house the migrants. But those against spending the money say the city must take care of its Black residents too.
And we have to help the.
Not to first. You got to take care of the people from the city first. Y'all got to get the scraps. Remember, you're here illegally. We don't owe you nothing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I don't owe you nothing. The country don't owe you nothing. And then it come out in the end of the day that you being here is as a deficit to my people, period. We're going to get into it, though.
Residents of this great city. It's not an either or, it's a both and.
Some Black alders who have struggled themselves admit they're conflicted. 49th Ward Alderman Maria Haddon voted yes, but asks community members helping the migrants to help people who live in Chicago.
And everybody that's working hard for this, you've got to show up for Black Chicagoans with the same energy.
Where that energy at?
And that does mean money.
The issue is emotional for 20th Ward Alderman Jeanette Taylor. She says while Black people have fought for years for a seat at the table, it doesn't mean they shouldn't help others who are also struggling.
When we fought just to drink out of a damn fountain, it was.
See? The crazy part is, let's just be real with it. You fought to integrate. You already had your own fountain. You fought to give it away. See how time didn't make that age real well. You did what I'm talking about? It didn't let that decision age really well. You fought to integrate when you had your own. Now we at a point like, dude, we got to get our own. You see how they doing us? And when we ask for reparation, where are we going to get all the money from? Huh? That's the first thing they say. Well, who's going to pay for it? You ain't worried about it when you're paying for all this? Get me. Huh? And I don't even really want reparations. I want restitution. Look the word up. They're two different things.
Us. But hurt people don't hurt other hurt people.
Taylor's passionate statement received a standing ovation from her colleagues. The vote overwhelmingly passed. The $51 million only lasts through June. City Council Budget Committee Chairman Jason Irvin says the city must come up with a plan.
There does need to be a greater plan, and I think this was always designed to give the incoming administration an opportunity to do that. This is a stopgap measure, pure and simple.
Brandon Johnson.
$51 million on a stopgap measurement. Sorry about the commercials, y'all.
It is insulting that you would consider such action about a forgotten community that none of you live in.
Developing tonight, outbursts and outrage at a community meeting in South Shore over a housing plan for migrants.
The debate comes as the city.
They willing to do everything for everybody, but who the people they owe? Huh? You owe me. And you worried about doing everything for everybody else. You don't owe these people nothing. You owe me, though. When somebody gonna start screaming at it? The Indians is right here. You can go to war 1 million times in a year, spend billions of dollars to go to war. 51 million on a stop measure gap. Something that they know ain't gonna work. Do you know what 51 million to do in Detroit? Oh my God. You know how many people we could put in homes with 51 million? I mean, buy the home outright and deck it up. Let me show you a stopgap measure. Let a fake this get 51 million then. I'm going to show you how everybody live. Huh? Look, and doing everything for everybody except who you owe. This on the south side of Chicago, South Shores. Check that.
Deals with the crisis of where to put migrants bust in from the border.
Elizabeth Matthews is live now with more. Elizabeth.
Corey and Don, contentious to say the least. This forum was a chance for city leaders to get input from the public about the old South Shore High School housing migrants. The city got their input.
A packed house at the South Shore International College Prep High School. The crowd voicing their opinion, strongly opposing the addition of migrants in their community.
I am just outraged. I'm outraged, and I don't understand why our community was chosen.
City representatives
Why
said
don't
the
y'all put
old
them in
South
the
Shore
burbs next
High
to the
School
white
would
folks?
not be a shelter,
If
but
it's no
one
problem.
of 3 respite centers for the migrants to temporarily sleep, eat, and take a shower. Starting.
If it's no problem, why ain't y'all kick all the white kids out of their big luxurious schools and let the migrants sleep in there if there's no problem? Why don't you build some FEMA homes in your little lily white communities on the suburbs of Chicago? Why they gotta be in Chicago? Why don't they go to the burbs where there's more room?
With about
that'll be too much like right.
250 people taking up the building's first floor. This is a way for the city to get the current 300 migrants out of the police stations. Questions were asked, but answers hard to hear, interrupted by the upset crowd. Before the meeting, a small protest of South Shore neighbors demanding the energy put into the migrant issue be put into their neighborhoods.
It is a slap in the face that we as citizens of the United States of America do not have the resources and support, but you're going to bring people who are not citizens here in our community, in our buildings that we pay taxes for, that you took away from us. Yeah. That is completely unacceptable. We are in a humanitarian crisis right now. The Black people in Chicago are bleeding on the streets.
Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson had this to say about the migrant crisis.
We have a responsibility to make sure that families who are seeking love and support here in the city of Chicago and throughout the state of Illinois, that they are not just welcome, but they are serviced.
Yeah, but that don't mean migrants. You don't owe them a debt. You owe the people who look like you a debt. Brandon Johnson.
So is this a done deal? A spokesperson for Mayor Lori Lightfoot's office says this is a possible solution, but still a fluid situation. Reporting live tonight, Elizabeth Matthews, Fox 32, Chicago.
My personal project is upgrading the heck out of.
I want to show y'all something, right? I just went to Google real quick, right? Nothing special. Just went to Google real quick and I typed in, who is the most hurt by illegal immigration? Right? Look what it says. Both low and high skilled natives, talking about Americans, are affected by the influx of immigrants. But because a disproportionate percentage of immigrants have few skills, it is low-skilled American workers, including many blacks and Hispanics, who have suffered the most from this wage dip. I just wanted to show you that this is not Cosmon saying this. This is objective when you actually look out into the world and see what's going on. Right? This is a pressure being applied to your people. This is what I'm talking about. You heard what it said, look what she said when it started off. Just listen. Just listen real quick.
Elon Musk said that migrants will, quote, come for your home after a video was shared.
What?
Elon Musk said that migrants will, quote, come for your home. Elon Musk said that migrants will, quote, come for your home after.
So, you did what I'm talking about? Now, your boy Cosmon don't go crazy over the politics. You did what I'm talking about. I don't get into crazy politics and all this stuff, but there are some things that I do vote on. Like, I didn't vote Biden in, but I voted on my local municipalities. You did what I'm talking about, to get things done, and people that I knew that were good people in the position to help the people in the community. You know what I mean? So those are the people I voted for. You know what I mean? As in picking between Trump and Biden, I didn't have a thing at that time. But you did when I didn't have a dog in that fight. But this just happened the other day, right? Right? And now, yeah, they coming through the border at Mexico, right? I want to show, hold on. Let me, before I go there, I want to show y'all what they doing in this park in Mexico, right? In Texas, they are arresting people in this park that's right on the border of the Rio Grande, right? And they went and got orders from everybody who owned the land, and they started arresting vagrant migrants. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, the crazy part is this is supposed to be a job of the federal immigration system, right? But the federal immigration system just left the border open and never been back. So now the state took it upon itself. The state of Texas took it upon itself. It is arresting these people. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me show y'all real quick. They've been the state been telling the Fed, look, we got a problem, and you people said you was gonna do something about it, but you ain't did nothing. And we're gonna do something about it. And since we got the legal right to do it, this is what we gonna do. You out there, vagrant, you a migrant, you been slipped over the border, just sleeping out in the streets and all that, you getting your dumb ass arrested. We gonna put you in the system. You dig what I'm talking about? But the crazy part is they end up letting them go, and they either right back on the street. You dig what I'm talking about? Or they get into some type of program and get them boys housing and all that stuff. Immigrants, hold on, arrested in Texas. Watch this. Cosmon be on it. Watch this. Let me show y'all this. And Biden wrote them boys back. You dig what I'm talking about? Talking about well, y'all can't do that. He was like, man, you're not doing nothing about it. You're not even here to stop us. You dig what I'm talking about? Watch this.
All right, in today's spotlight, the ACLU and the Mexican government taking steps to challenge sweeping new legislation in Texas that would empower state and local law enforcement to arrest people who they suspect entered the U.S. illegally. This controversial law will allow for individuals to be detained and then deported after arrest. Similar legislation was struck down by the Supreme Court in 2012 as being unconstitutional, and it was an Arizona law, sometimes referred to as the so-called show me your papers provision. So I want to bring back our panel here, Mike, John, Christina, and joining us from Mexico City is our ABC News foreign correspondent, Matt Rivers. So thank you all for being with us. And Matt, let's start here with you. You're there in Mexico City. If this law goes into effect, we could see everyone who crosses the border illegally into Texas from Mexico be deported right back to Mexico. But Matt, that would happen even if they originated from other countries. So how are Mexican officials reacting to that?
Yeah, not a surprise, Kenya, that Mexico is really against the implementation of this law. Mexico's president just this morning saying that Mexico's government is already taking steps to challenge the law. Exactly what that means, he didn't specify, but expect Mexico's government to raise a lot of...
They're cleaning out their prisons, dumping the worst of the worst people, letting them go, and letting them walk right into the Americas. You dig what I'm talking about? This is what's going on. This is why so many of them are coming from Honduras. You dig what I'm talking about? Guatemala. They coming from down there. You dig what I'm talking about? They releasing a lot of these people. They're not running from nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? They're trying to get to a better economy. But that economy is built on your back. The economy is built on your back, and you get in the short end of the stick, right? And see, the ACLU filed a lawsuit against these people, but they still getting arrested today, deported today. And I can't even lie. Build the border. You dig what I'm talking about? If you going, listen, there's a way to do this. Nothing stopping them from going to the immigration office to the left. Ain't nobody telling you to run down here to win with the fence in and sneak around. I just can't go to Canada and become a citizen. I just can't go to... I can't go to any other country and just become a citizen. You can't do that in America neither. We got immigration laws just for these things.
Of objections to this. They think it's against U.S. law, international law, and they think it's against any sort of moral code with which migrants should be treated. Mexico also continues to come back to the point, why is it on Mexico's federal government to solve U.S. immigration?
When has America been moral? When? When has America been moral? When? What time? Give me a 10-year gap where America's been moral. And I will guarantee you there is nothing but Black people, Aboriginal, copper-colored people at the center of anything good done in America. Check. We are its moral majority. We are its moral backbone. Hell you talking about? Right? Everybody coming through this thing. And then guess what? Guess what their status is? White, irregardless of skin color. These blue-black niggas coming from Niger and Nigeria and Uganda and wherever they coming from. These niggas are labeled white when they get here. They get free housing when they get here. They just going through this. They figuring out a way to go through this till they get them housing. You see, they about to put black people out of housing and give it to the free to immigrants. What? No, hell no. Not in the Cosmon era. Oh, no. No, see, if you thought we was our fathers, you got a whole nother thing coming. We ain't. And we know how to fight. We know how to fight now.
Problems for them. The vast majority, or at least the majority, depending on the month, you're talking about of migrants that would be deported back to Mexico are not Mexicans.
We know how to get it done without busting a gun. Oh, no. Remember, as the moral majority in America, you can just say no. They need your okay, and we not okay with this. They about to start shipping these niggas out. Watch.
They don't want to be in Mexico. They're simply passing through Mexico to get to the United States. So Mexico's position on all this is, why are we solving the U.S. problems for them in addition to seeing a massive humanitarian crisis that, make no mistake, would unfold in northern Mexico play out? Mexico's government vehemently opposed to this.
And Christina, we'll take it to you. El Paso County, they're really practical about this law. They say at this point, they simply do not have the room in their prisons if this were to go into effect. So where would all of these people go?
Yeah, this law is not about making progress on this issue. This is about playing politics. And what people need to understand, I live here in Texas. I've lived here for the last 20 years. That what's so outrageous about this law is part of the fact is that perhaps no state has benefited more from immigrants than Texas. 1 in 6 Texans are foreign-born. We have 1.7 million people who are undocumented. This is not just about the border. This is about the broader state as a whole. 1.7 million people, many of who have lived here for decades, are homeowners, have raised their kids here. This law is...
And you ain't made them get their shit together? They still undocumented? How? Y'all see the double talk? These apologists, this no different than Christian apologists. When they do something, when they're doing something dirty and underhanded, they come and have the, oh, shame on you. Shame on you for not letting these poor people come and fuck your neighborhood up. No, they can't come to my neighborhood, nigger. I mean, black guy. But, you know, you be good. Turn the other cheek.
A draconian, unconstitutional, it's going to sweep up hardworking, honest immigrants, increase racial profiling, and force police to waste time and resources enforcing immigration law instead of fighting violent crime.
Yeah, that they do
but John,
too.
As we take that to you here.
They do violent crime too. Yeah. They're not immune to that.
You know, people in Texas, including the governor, they consider the situation at the border desperate. John, you were on the Homeland Security Committee when you were in Congress. Is what we're seeing right now, is this the result of the Biden administration softening their border policies? I mean, is Texas left without a choice here?
You know, listen, I understand the arguments, and I credit the arguments that my colleagues just made, but the simple reality is there's no place on earth, no other country on earth that would put up with what we're putting up with at the southern border. And yes, the first day that President Biden was in office, he issued a series of executive orders that signal to the cartels that it's a changed atmosphere. And because of that, the cartels were charging $10,000 to $15,000 per head per person to come across this border. They're getting enriched by billions of dollars a month by this. They're exploiting this. And the bottom line is there's no good argument. Their arguments are right, but there's also arguments that are right as to securing our border. Look at New York City. Their budgets are being crushed because of this. And there's problems all across the country. And there's a lot of people on the terror watch list that have gotten through as well. So I think what they should do is with respect to this law in particular, it's an issue. We'll see what happens in the courts, but we need a grand bargain in Congress, secure the border, get aid to Ukraine, get aid to Israel, and let's get back to some normalcy.
And we'll see what happens. Again, this if this goes through, it would go through in March of 2024 is when it would start. So, Mike, to you, can this really be enforced? There's a lot of groups right now raising concerns, something Christina touched on, that law enforcement essentially would be using race as a probable cause.
That is the heart of this challenge right here in terms of the enforcement. It's not going to be able to go into effect until March, but it's going to have to go through into the court system. We're going to get to discriminatory practices in areas with law enforcement going to individuals and asking them what their immigration status is without having the proper training in order to best do immigration reform and regulations when it comes to that. The challenge, though, is that we are allowing what's happening at south of the border to be a scapegoat by not allowing Congress to really focus on the broader scheme, which is comprehensive immigration reform. Challenge with immigrations isn't just those who are in Mexico or, as Matt said, also too coming from Central America, but it's a global dynamic and challenges at hand. And so Congress needs to act on a comprehensive and not just focus on south of the border.
All right, and we'll see how that plays out, won't we, there in Congress? Go ahead, John.
I said spot on, Mike.
Spot on, he says. All right, well, we appreciate all of you, Mike, John, Christina,
And as I said, man, you know, I don't usually get into the whole politics of anything, but you did what I'm talking about. When I look out there, I see many of my people, homeless, cold, how in the greatest country in the world, and we fought for this country. We bled for this country. I'm indigenous to this country. You can't look past me. I'm not going to let you no more. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal, man. It feel good. It feel even better to be a faithist and be able to see this, right? See what's going on and see why. See why you got to be able to pull from this. And any way that you can affect it, you do. Let's see what Trump got to say about these border crossings, right? Let's see what Trump got to say about it.
Start talking about the border, okay? The border. We had the worst border in the history of the world. We had the safest border, the best border. I built over 500 miles of wall. People don't, you know, they say, is it a renovation or not a renovation? It's not a renovation. We had a wall that was falling down, demolished, rusted steel, rotted out 2x4s, would rip it out. They'd say, oh, that was a renovation when we go up 30 feet high and 9 feet deep. No, we built over 500 miles of wall. We're going to build another 200 miles, which is far more than I said I was going to do. And Mexico, by the way, speaking about Mexico, Mexico paid for 28,000 soldiers, and they were paying much more money than they would have paid for the war. There was no legal mechanism to do the wall, but it didn't matter because they paid much more money. We had stay in Mexico, not stay. We had stay in Mexico. We kept people.
Well, the thing is, right? Don't it feel good to already know how this ends? Take the fear away. Feel good to know you not going to be in this. The only reason I got a dog in this fight is because in the end of the day, my people get in the short end of the stick, irregardless to whatever they got. Right? Irregardless to what they know. Somebody got to advocate. I'm going to always be a voice. I ain't scared. I'm going to always be a voice. For us to advocate, for us to be getting what you owe. That's why the Aboriginal movement is so powerful. This is why you got to be abreast of what's going on around you. You can't be so spiritually advanced that you ain't no physical good.
In Mexico, nobody ever did that before. And Mexico behaved, but Mexico had to behave because I was going to tariff them if they didn't, and they were fine. They were actually very good. I like the president a lot. I mean, we get along very well. but Mexico paid a big price to give us the best border that we've ever had in the history of our country. That included drugs, that included terrorists coming in. I saw an interesting stat on a number of the shows. In 2019, they had no terrorists, zero, which I was frankly surprised to hear that, but that was during my term. We had very strong blockages and blocks. So we had nothing. And now we have record numbers of terrorists coming in, record numbers. We had none. I mean, they actually said zero. This is not me, because I would have said it's got to be somebody, but they had nobody. And we had a safe country. We had no attacks. We had no anything. I defeated ISIS. We wiped out ISIS. That was supposed to take 4 years. I did it in a few months. We have a great military when we have the right people, and we have the right people. I know the right people. They're not the television people, not the people that you're reading about, not the person that's now in a hospital running this war from his laptop, which is what I understand he's doing. If he's running it at all, I'm not sure about that. But that was a terrible thing. 5 days,
a lot
we
of
didn't have
people,
any idea where our
a lot of
Secretary
people,
of Defense was, and we have people
they talk
wanting
stuff
to
about
attack our
Trump,
country. So it's
but Trump tells secrets. He one thing he can't do is not lord it over you. He can't help. So he'd say that he's so American. I will say this: he's so American. He feels he's so American that he tells the truth on things that he shouldn't tell the truth on. That normal politicians have always shunned away from. I can't say this about the man. He take them things head on. In the very first month, when he took office in 2016, in the 2017, whenever, in the very first month, in that January, 18,000 traffickers, child traffickers, got caught in the first month. That was more than had been through 2 terms. In the very first month, he caught more child traffickers than 2 whole terms under your boy Obama. I'm just saying. I'm saying, you did what I'm talking about. There's shades of gray in this. Everything ain't black and white, right? Trump got a whole lot of gray with him. I'm not advocating for dude. I didn't vote for him. I ain't vote for Biden. You did what I'm talking about? But with hindsight being 2020, and I know this nigga, we wouldn't be in a lot of the stuff that we even into had Trump been in office. This is what I know. Sometimes you got to deal with the devil you know. I'm just saying. They don't like Cosmon to say it, but I'm going to say it. On this issue, he gets my vote. There needs to be sweeping immigration change. And 41% of the vote, or everything that they was talking about, everybody, 41% of them, the number one topic was immigration. Because, and white folks see this too. Because if it's affecting us, then they get affected. It's only a matter of time before they come get your shit. Huh?
It's a pretty sad situation. We've never been in a position of risk like we are right now, in many ways, but never like we are right now.
He telling the truth.
Well, wow, that is something we hear about everywhere in Iowa is how much Iowans appreciate how you secured the border and what you did to keep us safe. Thank you.
And you know, it's very interesting because if he just would have left it, he could have gone to the beach because he likes going to the beach. Somebody says he looks good in a bathing suit. That works for him, obviously. So you'd see him at the beach all the time. He could have done that, just left it alone, leave our people there, leave the great people that we had there. And instead, they decided we're not going to build the wall. And they put out a message to the world, come in. Because, you know, when you say that and you say other things, and you have people coming in and going to our schools and taking the places of our students, where they're actually putting our students, the students that were there, in secondary schools, and they're taking the best seats, and they don't even speak English. So they're sitting there, they don't speak English. The whole thing is crazy. You look at what's happened in New York. New York is a disaster right now, and in all fairness, the mayor understands that, and he's saying that. But some don't speak up, some aren't speaking up.
And that's the thing. Some are speaking up, but many aren't. Many aren't speaking up. This ain't the time to be quiet. Right? This ain't that time. This is the time of knowledge. Right? And yet, it must be put in motion. See what Trump talked about.
Concept of sanctuary cities is I think it's going to fall of its own weight. I think the Democrats aren't going to be able to take it much longer. In some cities, Democrat mayors and governors are saying, we just can't do this anymore. The truth is, it's not sustainable for this country, even from a cost standpoint. Billions and billions of dollars. People are coming in, and they're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions, insane asylums. They're terrorists. They're drug dealers. They're pouring into our.
Hold on, y'all think he lying?
Terrorists. They're drug from mental institutions.
Hold on.
It's not sustainable for this.
Listen to what he's saying. You think he lying? He not lying. Listen, he telling you what the real politicians won't say. See what it is? Trump was never a politician. He wasn't never playing the game. Dude, I'm a rich dude. I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. But I'm not going to shit where I eat. Excuse my French. This is what Trump is saying. Watch where he say they come from. If he don't know, who know?
This country, even from a cost standpoint, billions and billions of dollars. People are coming in, and they're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions, insane asylums. They're terrorists. They're drug dealers. They're pouring into our country totally unchecked. We have no idea who's coming in. They're coming in from many countries, all parts of the world. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from China. They're coming from all parts of Asia. A lot of people coming from Europe. A lot of people coming from Yemen. Okay, we're bombing right now. We have people from Yemen. We had 27,000 people coming in over the last few months from China, and they happen to be from the age of about 19 to 25, just fighting age. That's great. Not women, all men. And it's a very, very sad thing happening to our country. Our country is being overtaken. We're being invaded. That's an invasion. We had the strongest border. Now we have the weakest border, and it's an invasion of our country. And Biden is grossly incompetent. The only thing they know how to do is cheat on elections. They're very good at cheating on elections, and they're very good at also going after your political opponent. But they can't do anything else. That's all they're good at. And we're going to teach them a lesson.
Yeah.
Right?
I think Trump gonna win. We seen once you get that white is right. That get her, boy. Get her done. Make America great again. As soon as you hear that means it's going down. You done got white boys amped up. And don't shit shake like when white boys get upset and scared about some shit. You want to see some things move, some legislation? Boy, scare some white people. And this is what's happening. Funny that, notice, the very first Iowa caucus is held in wow. Huh? starts off at the head with Jaja. They use the Iowa caucus as a gauge for all of what people thinking about in the country. Why out of all the places you would use Iowa? But then once you know that it is the name of the creator, make you look at it just a little different. Somebody brought that up to me the other day. I had to look at that.
Well, President Trump, you are so right. Our border's in chaos with 10,000 unvetted illegals coming into our country every single day. And the kids in New York being told to stay home because their schools are being used to house illegals. I mean, how do you secure the border and reverse Biden's disaster?
Well, we'd go right back to what we were doing. Again, we had the safest border in the history of our country, and we're going to close up the walls. You know, we had 200 miles of walls. We had a lot of wall built. It's laying there ready to be lifted up. They could have had it completed in 3 weeks. And if you remember, because I remember it, it was all ready to go. And they said, we don't want it. And they actually moved the wall away. And in many cases, it's very expensive stuff. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. It's steel, concrete, and rebar. It had to have spikes in it, had to have, it's very complicated wall. It's a very expensive, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. They got rid of it, I think like scrap metal. And it's not even believable. All they had to do is fill up the gaps. We're going to fill up the gaps, and we're going to end up actually building more. We're going to work with Mexico, but Mexico is not working with us right now. They want to be paid a lot of money. They said, we want $5 billion to start talking to the United States. They would never say that to me. They want the people.
You hear what he said? They would never say that to me. Sometimes when you big dog, you got bark like big dog. You can't act like you the little dog when you the big dog.
Pouring through Mexico, and they want 5 to talk. And every time Blinken goes over there or somebody goes over there, it costs us a lot of money. The money that we spend dealing with countries, we give them billions and billions of dollars, and then they don't listen to us. They don't do what we say. And I remember when China respected us 3 years ago a lot. They really respected us. And the first meeting they had where they were lectured to by President Xi and China, we were lectured like we were children. And that would never happen with me, and it never did.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. Something big is coming. You can probably feel it. Everybody can feel it.
Yeah, man. Let's get into this real quick. You know, as always, this is Jehovih Chronicles. Number 103. This your hostess with the most is burning like toast is Cosmo Cal, man. Right back at it, man. As always, you know what we come to do, balances all balances and check all checks, because you know what happens next. When you see that butterfly vortex, you dig what I'm talking about. We gonna get into some of the impact of illegal immigration, right? On the wages, employment, and opportunities of Black workers. Now, this is in a briefing that came before the United States Commission on Civil Rights, right? It should have came before the workforce, but you dig what I'm talking about. People was doing what they was doing, right? Let's just read it a little bit, right? This is the letter that was written. It says, now, mind you, this is in 2008, so there are some far-thinking people who already seen the fall and decadence that we're going through right now, right? As far back as 2008, right? Now, we just want to get into what some of the things they say right here. I'm going to blow it up a little bit. Blow it up a little bit. Let me see. Hold up just a little more. Hold on. All right. Say, now this is about the United States Commission on Civil Rights is pleased to transmit this report, the impact of illegal immigration on the wages and employment opportunities of Black workers, right? A panel of expert brief members on the commission of the commission on April 4th, 2008 regarding the evidence for economic loss and job opportunity costs to Black workers attributed to illegal immigration, right? Now look what it say. Among its findings, the commission notes that the illegal workers are estimated to account for as much as 1/3 of total immigrants in the United States, and that illegal immigration has tended to increase the supply of low-skilled, low-wage labor available. The commission found also that about 6 in 10 adult Black males have a high school diploma or less and are disproportionately employed in the low-skilled labor market in likely competition with immigrants. Facts. This 16 years ago, y'all. Did you hear about this? I didn't. Evidence for negative effects of such competition range from the modest to the significant. According to the experts who testified, but even those experts who viewed the effects as modest overall found significant effects in occupations such as meat packing and construction. Listen, I can get any of the brothers, man, hit the link that work in construction. They will tell you 20 years ago, you was the guy telling the Mexican what to do. Now it's all Mexicans and you ain't there. Huh? Why? Because you are now in competition with somebody who ain't even legally can be there. You call the police on them one time, la migra. You're going to see half the job running. You can't even get a construction job. Why? You're not going to take $12 for this back-breaking labor that you know you can get 24 for every day. But that Mexican take that $12. They pay him under the table. Right? Look what my bro say. He say sometimes he be the only brother on the site. They be jamming Mexican. All through the shop. You dig what I'm talking about? That's all they playing in there. He be the only. I'm telling you, it is just what it is. Cosmo gonna keep it 100 with you. I don't care. I don't even care to lie to you. I don't care what you think. I'ma just bring up the truth, and you're gonna feel how you feel about it. You dig what I'm saying? Because what you can't do is deny what's being shown on the screen. The commission views this topic as complex and therefore makes no specific recommendations at this time. We still ain't got a recommendation. And this is what Trump talking about. The commission recommends generally, however, that the Bureau of Labor Statistics and other appropriate governmental agencies collect data concerning the presence of illegal workers in the U.S. so they know. And remember, old girl, let you know, oh, it's 1.7 million undocumented migrants in it. How do you know? Because you've been keeping track. Why don't they have a document? It's a scam. and then they misplacing you. All the places that used to only be black people, they Mexican. Or you got some weird black people there. Don't even speak. You don't even know what they speak. Because they don't fuck with you neither. Hmm? You better ask somebody. What did he say? And concerning the presence of illegal workers in the U.S. workforce and on the employment and wage rate effects of such workers on low-skilled and low-wage workers of all races. Now, okay, but what about just the black ones? We ain't talking about all races. We just talking about just the quote-unquote black ones, the melanated. I'm just using that, you dig what I'm talking about, as a colloquial term. So we know who we talking about. You dig what I'm saying? But the dope part is, this what the dope part is. In the end of the day, you get to judge it all. Huh? We can tie this all up with Owaspy, and we can see if this from the creator or if this is from some BS. Huh? Out of the minds and hearts and darkness of men. Huh? That's right. Owaspy got a whole book where it don't do nothing but judge the government. Because there's already a judgment against the government. Yeah. You ain't know? How you think people so certain something is going to happen to America? Huh? You know how they know? Because really on the inside, they believe it's a creator and that there's always some reaping and sowing going. They know that. This is why white folks scared to give black folks what you owe them. Because they think when we get in a position and we up, we going to try to treat them bad. No. We ain't never treated you bad. And our greatest enemy is in our own house. Now we see a whole nother people who crossing the border who starting to affect the house too. But just is on the government. We ain't blaming the people. I applaud any man who get up off his ass and get his family and walk them Negroes across the damn do whatever you got to do. I would do it. But we ain't you. And you're not going to press that on us either because the government slipping. This is the book of Judgment 34. God judges the governments of man. Huh? What you talking about? Jaja ain't missed nothing. He didn't miss nothing. God said, the son of the creator, not the creator. God said, no more than what you about to be in time to come. Goddess said, no more than what you about to be in time to come. This ain't nothing spooky, nor nobody to be praised. This is the head managerial spirit of the earth. This is the CEO talking. This big bro. This not the father. This what you about to be. But look what he's saying. Look at his judgment. And it's going for today. God said, when a man has young children, he makes just laws in order to teach them discretion, justice, harmony, and consideration in regard to one another. Correct? Right? When a man has young children, when a woman has young children, they make just laws. You can't go in the kitchen and cook on the stove. Why? You too young. Why? Because the fire hot. Why? Because you'll burn yourself. He makes just laws in order to teach them discretion, justice, harmony, consideration in regard to one another. But when his children attain to be men and women, man no longer holds a law over them. Now you can go in the kitchen. You've raised to a level, a rank, a position, a title where you're not bound by things lesser than you. This happens not only in the physical life, but this happens in the spiritual life also. As above, so below. But when his children attain to be men and women, man no longer holds a law over them, for they have become his equals. It's the same with God. Huh? And the more you rise up, the more liberty. And yet the more responsibility. Because now you know more. And if you knew better, you'd always do better, correct? For they have become his equals as brothers and sisters. This is objective. Similarly, in ancient times, I have provided you, O man, with governments and laws for different nations and peoples. Nevertheless, I said to you, let your government be like a father over the people, and not as a separate matter against them. Do you feel like your government has been taking care of you, Aboriginal man and woman of this country, so-called black folks? No, your government has from day one oppressed you. And now they want you to feel bad for the Mexicans. We feel bad for the Mexicans. We know how it is. But guess what? We got to mind our own business for a minute. Y'all stay over there. We got to get our business over here together. We can't give you 51 million every weekend. Because guess what? You're just going to keep coming. And you're going to just keep taking and taking and taking. Who's losing? I'm losing first. We don't blame it necessarily on you. It is the government. Right? It's the government. Even the government of Mexico. That abject third world shithole that you got over there. Abject poverty in many places. What? Crippling poverty. I get it. But it set itself up against its people. America, you have done the same thing. This is how you know there's got to be some reaping to what's sowing. And now the youngsters is waking up and they not letting y'all forget. And they ain't on that Africa stuff. And they ain't on no, I was no slave. Because you wasn't. You wasn't a slave. I've been able to trace my history back all the way pre-1680. Ain't found a slave yet. As a matter of fact, in my people's line, we fought in every war it was since Bacon's Rebellion. Every one of them. You couldn't enslave me if you tried. Let alone 10 niggas like Cosby. Let alone 10,000 like Cosby. You could never. So something didn't happen. The story ain't already been told right. Right? People forget that this earth does things too. And out of many of these great calamities that we've, seemingly forgot about, you dig what I'm talking about? People came and took advantage of you many times. We're gonna get into that just because I brought that up. I'm gonna get into one of the great calamities that happened right here in America. Nobody speaks about. Very few. You know what I mean? The Aboriginal community speaks on this and they brings it out, but you get what I'm talking about. We're gonna rehash it up. All right, but look, nevertheless, I said to you, let your government be like a father over the people. You asking me, this government been a deadbeat daddy then. Let your government be like a father over the people and not as a separate matter against them. But you have disobeyed my commandments, America. Your government is as the United States, excuse me. Your government is as one thing and your people as another thing. And this is how you can have Aboriginal copper-colored people homeless in their own country. And yet, you give somebody else you don't know or owe a thing to. You bend over backwards for them. Give them 51 million in stopgaps. The New York mayor asked for 2.4 billion just for this year. Gonna go up to 12 billion in 2025. But you ain't gonna help the people? No, that's bullshit. But you have disobeyed my commandments. Your government is as one thing, America, the United States, and your people as another thing. That which should be one entity, you have made against two. Our own government is against us. That's objective. If you're not seeing that, you just blind to the fact. Your government has become a separate self from the people. Has it? Ask yourself. Don't listen to what Cosmo's saying. Has your government set itself up ever as a self against you and your people? Has your country ever warred against you? Has it enslaved you, oppressed you, Jim Crowed you, pianized you, redlined you, cracked you, heroned you? Has it ever set itself up as a separate self from the people? Ask yourself. And the people are like, what? Servants. Working 12, 16 hours a day. Supporting the who? The lawmakers. Ain't we seeing the politicians? Whose trade in projects and schemes for their own, who trade? Wait a minute, well, let me go back. And the people are like servants. Supporting the lawmakers who trade in projects and schemes for their own profit and glory. Tell me it ain't true. Since the earliest days, all governments of man have drifted into this. When a government no longer feels the grade according to the advancement of the people, behold, your God withdraws his heavenly protection from that government. This is what you got coming. We can get right. I don't think you can. I don't think you could tip the balance of what's been done, but until you do right by the niggas of America, you can't get past its greatest hurdle. Slavery, oppression, genocide. You can't get past genociding us. Until you admit it, till we get repair and rejuvenation, restoration. I'm screaming from the mountaintops. Because what? When a government, pay attention, when a government no longer feels the grade according to the advancement of the people, behold, your God withdraws his heavenly protection from that government, and the people run immediately into anarchy. Do not lay the blame of the anarchy, revolution, and assassinations on the people. Look what it's saying. Do not lay the blame of anarchy, revolution, and assassinations on the people. My judgment is against the government in all cases. These conditions of vengeance are only the fruit resulting from the government's divergence from the will of Yahweh, the Creator, and the march of his life. His will is get right. Clean up what you messed up. That is the will of Yahweh today. You can't make it right till you make it right. Apologize and get these people what we need. The thing is, first of all, what you're going to have to do is close that gap between the haves and the have-nots. The poverty gap must close. You dig what I'm saying? There may come a time that, I'm just saying, these boys get real hungry. And they tired of doing it to their own people. Get right. You messed the people up. The indigenous aboriginals. I'm not saying all black folks deserve this. You don't. You don't. If your ancestors wasn't here and you came over here since 1965, if you wasn't caught up in that and you can't prove that, you don't get it. Sorry. And that go right back to this whole immigrant thing, because of many of the people who were selling us out was migrants. They wasn't even from here. They just look like you. So now we all niggas. No, we ain't. Ain't never been. How could you have enslaved me? Ever? Any of my there was no way you could enslave a dude like me. Impossible. If I ain't walk into it willingly, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. So we got to start looking at the story they telling, because something in the milk ain't pure. But look how we bringing it full circle, 360 with Owaspy. Because what is your government doing? It's diverging from the will of the Creator. That's why it set itself up to think that it could own you. For example, as the offspring of inharmonious parents, or parents wrapped in selfishness, are low in grade than their predecessors, even so do the subjects of a king decline in grade in proportion to the prevention of liberty and the neglect of the general instruction. Judgment is rendered against government where it does not provide liberty to the people. You can't have no Americans sleeping outside. What are you talking about? It's 2023. Excuse me. It's 2024. You can't explain to me how they telling me there's roughly 3.5 to 4.5 million homeless people in the United States. But dig this, there are 18.7 million habitable and livable, rehabitable and livable homes that nobody live in the country. Make it make sense. There's 4 times more living space than there is homeless. I'm just talking about the Americans. You can't make it never make sense to me. 4.5 homeless, 18.7 rehabitable and immediately occupiable occupiable buildings, homes. Right now, residential, 18.7. The government could pay these people and just buy half the houses. You have enough place. You'd have enough space to house every homeless in the country. Anybody who needed homes, right? And a place for the migrants. We can settle these problems with that 51 million. How about put that 2.4 billion you was gonna take from New York, taxing the man? They tearing New York up, bro. I don't even know how them people do that. I don't even know how you live like that. They live in these little itty bitty little matchboxes. $1,800 a month. Was you crazy? It's only one bed in it. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, $3,000, $5,000 a month just to live in a little cracker box. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't get it. You dig what I'm talking about? They're doing them people bad already. With that 2.4 billion, you could buy all them homes. You really want to see your economy boom? Buy the houses from the homeowners. Cash them out. Want to see this place pop? Want the market to go back up? Invest in yourself, dumbass. Excuse my French, man. But my country is retarded sometimes. Like they don't get this. You dig what I'm talking about? Like they don't get this. And then the prices on gas and food and living costs steadily raising up, but them wages ain't. I wish I had some real people in the crowd who could feel what I'm saying. They would give me a 1 in the chat. If you know you getting mollywopped, if you know you being lied to, if you know your government has set itself up against you, hit me with a 1 in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is what my babies is missing. This is what my young brothers is missing. They ain't tapped into their spirituality. They got all the history in the world. They don't know how to be good yet. But what I'm telling you, you taught the world. Why wouldn't you be reteaching them again now? Shout to the creative gang, man. You bring them, we raise them. Ain't nothing good in this world happens if a fakist don't do it. Have you ever read Joe Osby? Because if you did, you know that judgment is rendered against government where it does not provide liberty to the people and where it neglects providing means. Hold on. What you talking about, Cosmine? Your creator progressive for today in 2024? Yes. Creator say I'm sufficient for all my creation. Because judgment is rendered against government where it does not provide liberty to the people and where it neglects providing means for the development of the talents created within all. How can you develop talents when you're hungry? How do you develop these talents in a school stunted with old ass books? How do you develop these talents when they're taking all of the programs out? How do you develop these talents when you don't have a home? Judgment is rendered against these niggas where it neglects providing means for the development of the talents of the people, all of them. In those respects, oh man, governments are measured and graded by your God. And whenever a government sets itself up to enforce, strengthen itself by violence against justice for the multitude, behold, I turn away from that government and I call away my lords and holy angels. Be careful. Be careful. And with that, what happens? Juges, demons, low vibratory spirits come upon those people, all of them, especially in the capital, the people who think they the leaders. And with that, Juja come upon those people. And the people fall upon their government and destroy it. This Cosmine era. You can guarantee this. I'm not saying it's going to happen in my lifetime, but I wouldn't be surprised. Not even a bit. Why? Because Jews just come up on these ninjas. And the people who look, this don't say black people. This don't say white people. This say all people. The people, the Americans, fall upon their own government and destroy it. There's only one more step past the Republican state, what they call democratism, democracy. The only next step is to bring Yahweh's kingdom to earth. That's the only next government. That's the only thing that's going to work. Niggas going to have to work together. But that start with us. I'm not worried about who get it. I'm worried about who do. The faithists know what's up. Shout to the game. We out of here. We're going to be globetrotting. All America is mine. All of it. And guess what we going to go do? We going to go get with the other aboriginals. Huh? With the other faithists. Huh? We going to build faithist communities outside of whatever they talking about. Because what's going to happen? The people fall upon their own government and destroy it. And if a government is a king only, and he has no holy council or parliament, like over there in England, like over there in Saudi, right? Then the responsibility of the shortness is wholly his. But if the king has a holy council, then the responsibility for the shortness lies partly with the king and partly with the council. It's fair. Judgment is rendered against them, not only in this world, but in the spirit world. Hold on. Judgment is rendered against them. Not only in this world, but in the spirit world. Then none of them dudes that did nothing to our people got away with it. If that's what you thought. Oh no. And each and every member of such a council, like our old, like the one in 1776 set up Americas, took the Iroquois Confederacy Bill of Rights and Constitution and rewritten it as they own. That business that they now call the United States, that corporation, every member, right? All of you, none of you got away. And none of you are going to get away. And each and every member of such a council shall be, this is why y'all got to do right. This is what you need to tell to your politician. Because each and every one of such a council shall be bound in the first resurrection until he has made amends to all his people for the shortness he manifested on the earth. How many people have you affected by your greed and the way you voted? Knowing you could have did more, but you didn't. Until you affect everybody that you ever affected, you won't rise a jot and a tittle. You ain't got no ups. White man can't jump this high. Huh? I don't know if you thought that was a black-white thing. But niggas can't jump this high. And each and every member of such a council, like we got right now, shall be bound. Congress, Senate, shall be bound. This is fact. So when Ruth Nader Ginsburg, whatever, when she, yeah, this is what you bound to, because we seen some of that faulty stuff you was doing. And each and every member of such a council shall be bound in the first resurrection until he has made amends. She has made amends to all his people for the shortness he has manifested on the earth. What if you was out there doing your dirt 50, 60 years? How many people did you affect? How many people died under the effects of something that you did? Think about it. Hear the wisdom of your God, oh man, and consider the way of righteousness. Excuse me. Hear the wisdom of your God, oh man, and consider the way of righteousness in the governments of mortals. The nearer the two are to being one, listen, the nearer the two are to being one, that is the government and the people, the nearer they are like my heavenly kingdoms. Huh? Are you near your government? Do you even trust your government? Does your government trust you? Or do they call themselves Big Brother? We know who Big Bro is. Big Bro is God. So is that who the government is trying to set itself up as a self against the people to play its God? Think. Park said, use your brain. For real. Who is the government setting itself up as? Because the nearer the two are to being one, that is the government and the people, the nearer they are to Jaja's kingdoms. The more they like Jaja King. The more alienated the government is from the people, the further it is from the kingdom of your God. So by that right there, you can start to look at the dirt done compared to the good, and you can start to see a tilt. And that tilt is called, in the Eastern thinking, karma and dharma. And in America, we call that reaping and sowing. Do you know what you just did when you thought for a second in your mind about all the dirt that America did against all the good it did? You see a lot of dirt. You see that thing, that scale start to tip a lot of one way. The only way to start evening it out is start doing some good on the other side. And I'd say it still ain't gonna work because it ain't enough. They did too much evil for way too long, and still kicking and scratching and fighting and about doing the right thing, getting its own people together. The only one that's from here. You colonized us. How they say they did it? No, I don't believe they got it. You ain't just. Now, I'm not denying that there was some slavery going on for some people. I'm not denying that. But it's definitely not how they told it. The story is more like in the reverse. And when you actually look at it, the people who are getting off the boats from Africa, from West Africa, are white. They're only African in the whole world. Only people in the world who speak African. The only people who call themselves African are pale-faced Europeans who primarily live in two places. Primarily, well, three places now, but the two greatest densities is Western Africa and Southern Africa. America, next. Them the people who got off them boats. Think about it in your mind. You trying to tell me some black folks from Africa sold other black folks to white folks that they didn't know? Hell no. Hell no. No, what happened was there was white folks in Africa. Many of them troglodytish. It was cave people. I'm just saying. You dig what I'm saying? They was getting sold to melanated Europeans. Ain't no white man got off in the coast of Africa. Hey, yo, cuz we need some slaves. I got some guns and some rum for you. Give me that. You dig what I'm talking about? Give me that. You dig what I'm saying? No, ain't no way. No, some melanated rulers, the melanated folks from Europe, was doing business with melanated Aboriginal Africans. They were selling white folks. Them the slaves. Them the people who was on them boats coming to America. That's how you got little white folk in your blood. You dig what I'm talking about? Your ancestors owned them. I'm just saying. No, wasn't nobody raping grandmama. No. They told you that story. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. They didn't. You think somebody could have raped my? Listen, I don't even want to think. It never happened. You got a little white folk in your blood because your grandfather, your grandmother didn't mind hunching on no white people. That's all it was. And many of them European genetics that you're getting over there from over there is black folks. They black. Just because the genetic come from over there don't mean that the skin color of the people was white. Ben Franklin tell you the majority of the world was swarthy. In his letter in the 1750s, he said, the Germans, all the Europeans was swarthy. Even the Americans. Copper color. He said the only place in the world where there's a predominance of pale-skinned people is in England. How much you want to bet? You go back and do your history. You got some folks coming straight out of Scotland, straight out of Ireland. I'm trying to tell you, them ain't white folk. If you got one that come from there, many of us don't. But if you got one, I bet you he come from Scotland. I bet you he come from Ireland. I bet you he come from Germany. You may get some Spanish in there, as in, or you might get French too. Many of the Huguenots were converso Jews and Moors. We understand about the Barbary slave trade. You did what I'm talking about, but who was they selling? We know if they was Moors, what they looked at like. We seen the pictures of the Barbary Moors. They niggas. It ain't even no mistake in that. Who was you selling? I ain't seen one thing on any of them things from Africa or any of them slave voyages or whatever they say. You did what I'm talking about. They came from Africa that said any of those people was melanated. Not one. Not one. And then when we looking for Africans, the only people on the so-called continent of Africa that call themselves Africans is pale-faced Europeans. Make it make sense. Your math got to math up. Your math ain't mathing. The more alienated the government is from the people, the further it is from the kingdom of your God. Let this be a guide to you, oh man, in prophesying. Like I tried to tell y'all, what you just did was prophesy. You can tell that it's a fall just by the overwhelming amount of good versus negative or evil. If reaping and sowing stop, that means the creator ain't real. So we know that's not about to stop. So something got to give. Because your government has already set itself up against you. And you want to get in it? You want to get in it to try to fix it? No. You play it for the game that it is till you can get out of it. Let this be a guide to you, old man, in prophesying the change and the overthrow of governments according to the square of the distance a government is from the creator. Huh? Is your God letting you know how to judge when something is going to happen? You see the faithists panicking out here talking about, oh, it's about to be destroyed. The world is coming to an end. If we start saying that, then panic. Because we the only people in the world know how to prophesy. In fact, this is a vague understanding of it, but this is how it's done. The more alienated the government is from the people, the further it is from the kingdom of God. So by that, it can be a guide in prophesying the change and overthrow of governments. We can look back far enough to see what's coming ahead. Do you know of the ups and downs of the arc cycles? Huh? Are you understanding the times, half times for the next 3,000 years? If you don't, why don't you? Why your God ain't teach you how to tell time? According to the square of the distance a government is from the creator, which is righteousness, so is accelerated the pace of its coming change or destruction. See, that's the thing. Right there. I ain't gonna lie, I'm a real American ass nigga. Real engine. You dig what I'm talking about? Real engine. I'm a real engine. I'm from here. I ain't come from nowhere. Right? So I don't want to see my country destroyed. Right? But I'm not also not with this government. Never will be. Can't be. So with the little that's done, I'm hoping that something can change. I'm not sure. An overall destruction in America right now is what we need. Especially when we ain't got control of the coffers when shit go left. We ain't got our own banks, we don't want to accelerate that yet. If you don't know how to grow your own food, I don't think you should try to be out here trying to be whooping up no war. Huh? If you can't feed yourself on the daily, I don't think you want to stop or the stopping of shipping goods into your city, into your state. I don't think you want that. I don't think you're ready for that. But all good can make a change. This is what faithism is about. We know it worked this way. It's not about belief. I don't believe nothing. Nothing at all. I know or I don't. And some of this stuff is just pending. Some of the things I don't know, I'm about to know. You dig what I'm talking about? I can't wait for my dreams at the end of this 30-day fast. What? I haven't been dreaming a lot lately, y'all. I'll let y'all in on that. Cosmo, let you know I ain't been dreaming a lot lately. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm a big dreamer. You know what I mean? And or I've been dreaming. Obviously, I've been dreaming, but I don't remember it. You know what I mean? And I've been starting to remember my dreams. They're getting even clearer and clearer on this raw diet. You know what I mean? For y'all who don't know, we've been all on a raw diet since the first. You did one time about we're going to do a 30-day raw diet. Actually, it's not even, I thought it would be harder than it is. It's really not nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm saying? I thought it would be rougher than it actually is. It ain't. You dig what I'm talking about? Come to find out, I kind of eat like that all the time anyway. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I thought it would be rougher, but I do feel better. I do feel like there's a change. You know what I mean? Because I did eat a lot of cooked stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? Even though it was vegetarian and still cooked. But now I'm eating a lot more salads, wraps, and you dig what I'm talking about? Stuff that, you know, it's not cooked. You dig what I'm talking about? Or, you know, it's raw. You dig what I'm saying? And so, you know, you just getting straight veggie and all type of sauce. It's good. It's good. You dig what I'm talking about? I thought it would be harder than it was, and it ain't. You know what I mean? Shout out to all the faithists, man. Look, the hardest thing I had to overcome in even getting any of this understanding was the diet. You know what I mean? The diet. You dig what I'm talking about? But you come to your own understanding in the end of the day that if this is your highest, first of all, if you plan to be on the higher levels of spirituality and you haven't overcome your diet, you ain't there. So now we looking at all these pastors, looking at all these preachers talking about they giving all this spiritual light out here, and You just ate a whole plate of pork chops. You saying, Cosmon, that if you eat meat, you can't get no spiritual revelation? No, I'm not saying that. When I got my spiritual revelation, I ate meat. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the first law is purity of the body. How you do that is with showers and diet. That's it. If you want to advance into the higher spiritual realms, every single so-called spiritual people, every Israelite, every high-grade Buddhist, high-grade Vedics, the writers of the Sanskrits, the high-grade mystics, all of them had vegetable diets. Every single one, without fail. If you was eating meat, if anybody ate meat, you're not a real prophet like that. You're not at the Most High. Because that's not how it works. Because the spirits got to be able to come close to you. You dig what I'm talking about? And if you got stinking, rotten parts of meat all in your body and it's festering and pussy, and you dig what I'm talking about? You stink. Spiritually, you spiritually stink. So the higher raised angels, they get, you know what I mean? They'll send somebody that's lesser than them to you. Like, here, man, go talk to Cuz. I ain't even. I'm not about to. I know I gotta go get him, but dang. Here, you go get him. You already a little dirty. You work for me, nigga. Go ahead. Go get Cosmo real quick. He tripping. You see what I'm talking about? That's how it works. So, yeah, you can get the revelation, but will you get that high second resurrection, third resurrection, that tap in? That when you know there is no doubting this. And that's the thing. You dig what I'm talking about? To people who stuck in beliefs and all that stuff. Listen, this is the thing. For people who have had spiritual things happen to them and have recognized it and know that they real, even though it's hard to believe. The thing that can't be denied is it changes you. It changes you. You're going to feel away. And when you feel away, you're going to do a thing. It's just about what's inspiring you, where you going now. But when you get this light different. It's different. Let's get back to some of this good stuff. You know what I mean? This good eating right here. This good eating. You dig what I'm talking about? Have we heard anything? Man, this wearing the government ass out. Look what it said. Let's go back just a little bit. Look what it said. The more alienated the government is from the people, the further it is from the kingdom of your God. Do not think these matters are governed by chance. Ain't no mistaking in this. What do Waspy say? All prophecy. Huh? It's not by chance. It's not lick your finger scholarship like my brother tried to say. Ain't no humming and hawing, no guessing on this. All prophecy is governed by absolute rules. That means there's mathematics behind them. And if there's mathematics behind them, that means there's a mind behind them. Well, who's great enough to think of the creation or the galaxy or the universe? Who's great enough to think it up? That could only be the creator. That could only be that mind. Huh? Do not think these matters are governed by chance. This ain't no guesswork. Cosmon ain't guessing. I'm not guessing. This is how the boys know. This is how ain't no faith is a lie that would tell you, man, listen. Listen. Yeah, it's going to be some shit. Nobody is trying to tell you this is going to be a smooth transition. Ain't one of us. Not anybody who ever read this book. Not anybody who know about reaping and sowing, about justice, equality, freedom, and responsibility. Not knowing how our Father worked. We got a guidebook. We got a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track, not your wig pushed back, and it's primary. Don't nobody got this information. Nobody. Worry about no Kemet. I'll expose Kemet. Matter of fact, they next. Do not think these matters are governed by chance or accident. Yahweh, the creator, is perfect righteousness and all everlasting. Ain't it good to know? He is. Creator is all one. For a people and their government to attain to be all one with each other, this is great strength. Let me go back. Let me go back and got a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track, not your wig pushed back. You ain't told, your God ain't told us yet how to beat white supremacy. Step 1, learn and understand that the Creator is one. For what? A people and their government to attain to be all one with each other. This is great strength. With a long existence and eternal peace. So till we get here, there is no long existence in the way that this thing is going. Get over it. This ain't gonna last long. What happened in the 1920s? Did you go through an epidemic? Pandemic? Are they trying to change your money? What happened in the end of the 1920s? They changed the money. Trying to change the money now? What happened in the 1930s? House Rule 1. House Rule 192. Took the gold off the streets. Gave you the fiat dollar. What they trying to do today? Trying to bounce in the crypto dollar, ain't they? We went into the Great Depression in the 1930s. Would that be the same thing happen in the 2030s? Will you be ready? Because for a people and their government to attain to be all one with each other, this is great strength. Get your people right, America. Till you do right by us, you ain't getting no right. With a long existence and eternal peace, you can't have no peace. You ain't offering none. We ain't got to bust a shot. Jaja he gonna turn away from you. And the people gonna smash you themselves. You can't stop it. Are you just gonna sit back blindly and do nothing? You better change your ways. You should also consider this, oh man. All governments are tending towards oneness with one another. So that whole one world ideology, it's scary. No. All governments are tending towards oneness. Why would you care, Faithist? I want my government to stop being a self against me. I don't care how it stops. All governments are tending to this. Oh, it's the one world government. It's the Canaanite gods. It's stalking me. He's stalking me. This is the march of the Creator. None can stop him. Why? Because all governments are tending towards oneness. Why wouldn't it? Consider then what wisdom is between governments to make themselves reciprocal toward one another. A government has set itself up for itself and against other governments is a selfish government. Hold on. A government that sets itself up for itself, the United States government, and against other governments, against Iran, against Palestine, against Yemen, against China, against Russia. And it set itself up for itself and against other governments is a selfish government. And your God rates it the same as a selfish man, being disparate from the Creator and his kingdoms. What does disparate mean? Distant, incongruent, discordant, divergent. He is divergent from the Creator and his kingdoms. Judgment is rendered against such a government. Neither my lords nor my holy angels shall bless that government. Governments that practice affiliation to bring about reciprocal brotherhoods between governments are on the right road towards the Father's everlasting kingdoms. Do not flatter yourself, O man, that these matters can escape the observation of your God. The affairs, legislations, laws, treaties, and all things that governments accomplish directly or indirectly, good or bad, are known and recorded in the heavens of the earth. And the leaders, kings, and councils shall sooner or later face them, and they shall judge their own fullness or shortness in serving the Creator in fullness and wisdom. You ain't getting away with nothing. You ain't getting away with it. Look, we can read a little more. Let's drop down a little more. This thing fire, man. If y'all getting a little something up out of here, man, hit your boy Cosmonian with that fire emoji, man. If you're getting a little something up out of it, hit me with a fire emoji in the chat. Let's set this thing on fire. You need the vortex to set it on fire. But we gonna set it on fire. Right? What government like that today? Has your government set itself up as a self against you? Y'all, anybody want to hit the line, get the link, come on in, man. Come kick it with your homeboy Cosmonian real quick. You dig what I'm talking about? Hit thumb up the video. You dig what I'm talking about? Share this stuff out to your media platforms. You dig what I'm talking about? I see them fire emojis coming in. I see them coming in. You dig what I'm talking about? OTK in the house. What up? You dig what I'm talking about? You just get the lesson like when you eat that meat. Not that you can't get none. You know what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying? Eat that meat. My email better than your email. You know what I'm saying? You got your background on. Peace, love, and light.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn this down. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Hear me now? Hear me now? Hey, my email better than your email. How you doing, Sister Hoover? Love, light, and balance to you, big sis. I think she might got a little delay, y'all. Can you hear me, Ema? Okay.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yeah, we hear you now. We hear you now. We see you now.
Okay, all right.
How you, sister? Oh, dang, she left out. I think that them Drew just jiggling them lines. You dig what I'm talking about? We getting on their head today. We ain't letting off nobody. No, government got to get something too. You ain't right. You ain't right. Everybody catching strays. You was over here laughing and giggling. You agreeing you in. Remember that? You agreeing you in. They was sure chinning and grinning for a minute. But we starting to wake up. They ain't chinning and grinning so much no more.
Yeah, you know what? I wanted to come in and talk about, what you was talking about at the beginning. Well, about Trump, because I missed some of it in the beginning. But y'all, everybody need to pay attention to what's going on, and I ain't voted in years, but if any of y'all vote and you on that Democrat plantation, you better get off of it.
Talk to them.
Because they don't mean you no good at all. At all. Let me tell you. For those of you who have parents or you vote Democrat, since you've been voting and your parents voting, has there been any kind of change in your neighborhood? Any?
Nope. Negative. A negative change. It got worse.
Exactly. Because I know I've been out of California, for almost 7 years. I can go back tomorrow and it'll still be the same way it was when I left. Because I went in July to my daughter. She lives in Bellflower, California. Kind of, decent neighborhood. But if I go back to Compton, ain't nothing changed. It's still the same. And so y'all, if you still voting, you need, and you vote Democrat, you need to get out of that Democrat plantation. And number two, this is for the people who still voting, or those of you who believe in that January 6th bull crap. They say that Trump is the cause. It was insurrection. Trump caused insurrection. That's a lie from the pits of the bottom of, well, we know hell ain't down, it's up. But anyway, that was set up by Nancy Pelosi. It was a setup against the MAGA people. They set them up on purpose, and they keep telling a lie. Oh, people died. No, one woman died who was by a window, was shot by the police there. What you call them in the Washington? The
Secret
ones
Service.
that guard, huh?
Secret Service.
No, not the Secret Service. The police who guard the White House and
the federal them federal agents. We know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, that's who caused. It was a setup. They had, believe it or not, the Biden administration had FBI and CIA all through that crowd telling people, we need to go into the building. We need to go into the building. They have tapes on this. Tucker Carlson went and got all that information. And it shows them in the crowds egging the people on to go inside the Capitol building. Yeah, the Capitol Police. That's what I was thinking about. The Capitol building. They weren't planning on doing that till them guys talked them into doing it. So I'm gonna just tell y'all, Democrats are wicked as hell. I wouldn't vote for none of them if I did. Okay, now let's talk about the indigenous people thing.
Yeah.
Okay, how many of y'all can say that your great grandmama, great grandpapa, and all them told y'all that y'all came from Africa? If you got anybody in your family that told you came from Africa, put a one in the chat.
Put a one in
Put
the
a
chat.
one in the chat.
Put a one in the chat. If any of your ancestors, your grandma, great grandma, your mama, anybody ever told you was from Africa, and did they tell you what tribe?
Yeah, and what part of Africa? Because we know Africa is a continent. It's not a state. It's a continent with what, 54 countries in it?
So they told you was African? Brian said, yeah.
What tribe? Now, okay, now I know there are some people who came here. Well, actually, African people didn't really start coming to this country until the early 60s and in the early 60s they started coming over here.
Yeah, early 60s.
Yeah, no trouble. Okay, if they tell you, do you know where you're from? What country in Africa are you from?
Y'all hit the link, man.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask you, how many of you heard great grandma or grandma and them tell you guys had Indian in you? You know, how many of you, I know I did.
Put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. If anybody
Put a 2 in the chat.
had ever told you was Indian or Native.
Well, you know what? We're gonna discuss that too.
Term, but many people said Indian. If they ever told you was an Indian, anybody in your family, put a 2 in the chat. There we go. The 2's coming in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
2's coming in. Brian said 2 too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you dig what I'm talking about? So go ahead, Iman.
Okay, now what I'm getting ready to say about that is, if your family told you got Indian, and that means you an American Indian. Okay, now there is a difference between an American Indian and a Native American.
Facts.
A Native American, they didn't get their title Native American until the 70s. That's those European that saying that they us. They come from Eastern Europe.
Yep, they're Eurasian.
That's where they come from.
They're Eurasian.
Exactly.
Yep, they're Eurasian people. They are people who come from the Siberian steppe who mix with European stock. They're called anciently, many times they are called Huns. They over time become the Vandals. They become the Alans, and over time they mix in with the early Vikings. You did
right. Uh-huh.
These are those people. This is where those people came from. A lot of them didn't even come from Siberia. They came from the east. You dig what I'm talking about? They came through Europe, island hopping, through Nova Scotia, through Canada to get to these places where they been. You dig what I'm talking
about? Exactly. Now
they came in the common era. Even the Incas came in the common era.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't be here. So
go ahead, Cosmon.
Oh no. I was just letting them know you dig what I'm talking about, what you on right now. You dig what I'm talking about, and letting them know that the term Native American is a socio-political construct. And
for another people that ain't us.
It usurps a title because you did what I'm talking about in 1924, and which was later adopted through Jim Crow laws and miscegenation laws, was that people who were titled Indian or were changed to titles like Negro and color. You dig what I'm
Right.
talking about?
Hmm. They stripped their identity from them.
Yeah, and this started happening after 1966 and starting specifically in 1870. And if we do a little research, we'll see that in 1870 and 1871 starts the Reconstruction era.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm talking about, this is when you start to get whole Indian schools and all that stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? You'll start to see that if you start doing your genealogy, you'll start to see that your parents. Oh, first of all, let's get this understood. If your parents did come, some of your ancestors did come from on a boat here, right? And they was enslaved. There is absolutely a way to tell. There's absolutely a way. They have whole slave registers. You dig what I'm talking about? Where you can find your ancestor if they was brought here on a boat. But that comes with a caveat also. Because many of the people who came here on a boat from the Caribbean.
Exactly.
Right? Mm-hmm. They came here on a boat from the Caribbean, and many of those people are re-migrated Indians who were displaced, warred upon, displaced, took into the Caribbean, quote unquote, Willie Lynchized, oppressed, enslaved, indentured, and then taken back to the Americas and sold in different places, all of Louisiana, Charlestown, where if you was primarily took from the South, they took you somewhere to the north, or they took you to the west. You did what I'm talking about? Where you would it's easier to lose heritage and cultural contact with your people when you're not even speaking the language no more.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm saying? So one of the things I wanted to get into, you dig what I'm talking about, that they never take into account, Ima, is hold on, the amount of natural disasters.
Right.
That happened right here in America. You dig what I'm saying? And one of them started in right here in, like Missouri, right in the middle of America, along the Mississippi, right? And right after, you dig what I'm talking about, this earthquake.
On the New Madrid Fault, you talking about the one that caused the Mississippi to go the other way?
Yeah, this the New Madrid.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Now dig this. Now, mind y'all, I want y'all to understand that this was not just one earthquake and it stopped. This went on for 6 months, all the way from the end of 1811 all the way to 1812. If anybody is cognizant of what happened in 1812, we went into the War of 1812 when these folks was taking advantage of many of our cities and things being rocked, because many of us was mound builder culture right along the Mississippi and had been there forever. You dig what I'm talking about? So this devastated that.
Right.
So and right in 1812, they come to war against you. They take advantage of what's going on. Let's look at something real quick and just get into the New Madrid earthquake of 1811 and 1812.
By the close of the 18th century, this new nation was already experiencing growing pains, with most of its population crammed along the eastern seaboard. In 1803, the United States government bought all of the land claimed by France, which encompassed a big chunk of what is now the country's midsection. The Louisiana Purchase doubled the size of the country at the time, flinging wide the gates of westward expansion. In the central United States, most of the population gravitated to one of the country's lifelines.
It was concentrated along the Mississippi River or at places where pioneers or the Indians felt it was a good place to live. They would come in seasonally, hunt the area, then go to their towns that were in northeastern Mississippi with the goods that they hunted from this area and settle down for the wintertime. But in terms of permanent settlements in this area, they were very far and few between.
In 1811, the United States of America was only 35 years old. Our fourth president, James Madison, was in office, and just about everything west of the Mississippi River was a vast, unexplored wilderness. Along the mighty Mississippi, there existed only a handful of settlements. In the Missouri Territory, the towns of St. Louis and St. Genevieve, which were founded by...
Don't you believe that? Don't you believe that? There was a bunch of stuff there, from Cahokia on down to Poverty Point. Cities all along the Mississippi. Every single Memphis was there. Cairo was there. Every city that's along there pretty much been there for hundreds of years. Was they as big as they are now? That's debatable. Some of them were.
French settlers. And the village of New Madrid, which lay on the western bank of the river as it crooked north and back south.
New Madrid had about 200 people in it, give or take, the town itself. The pioneers themselves were a very scattered, disparate group of people in terms of from all nationalities, the French, the Spanish, the Americans, immigrants into the United States, all of them with different cultures, different ways of looking at the frontier, and different ways of dealing with the frontier at the time.
Downriver from these settlements lay the towns of Natchez, Mississippi, and New Orleans, which were already almost 100 years old. The city of Memphis wasn't even a speck on the map at that point. Only a Spanish-built fort.
Don't you believe that?
The river.
Basically, there was a trading post with the Chickasaws. There was Fort Pickering itself, and a settlement of scattered people along the bluffs because of the advantage of being above.
Hold on, let me take this back for you.
Even before this country's history
didn't no
was
white boy
written
build
by the
this?
white man, which was already almost 100 years old.
Hold on, we got a star fort here
Only a Spanish-built
in Michigan
fort on
too,
the bluff overlooking the river.
and it's already been proven that the Indians.
Fort Pickering itself.
Look right here. They didn't build none of this. None of it. The most that they did was reinforce it with brick. Same thing at Fort Wayne in Detroit. They didn't build none of this. Who built it then? Because it was here before they got here. Who built it? And if you notice, it's on a mound. I'm willing to bet, just like Fort Wayne in Detroit, there's underground tunnels. I've been in the ones under Fort Wayne in Detroit. How much you want to bet there's tunnels under the ground under this fort too? Who built it? Oh, this is Memphis. It's just a little itty bitty little city. They got a star fort in it. Huh? This thing ain't little.
Yep.
The one in Detroit looked just like this. Fort Wayne looked just like this. I could show it later, but I want to just get into, you dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm talking about? Sometimes we got to dodge the narrative because they always try to make it like you wasn't popping. You invented pants and clothes and everything. You had pants and hoodies 18,000 BC. Just like you got pants and hoodies and clothes on today, you had them 18,000 BC here in America. The very first in the world. You was not some back. You not the TP people. Them not you. You lived in cities. You built forts, pyramids. You dig what I'm talking about? That's your people. You built New York. You built Memphis. Remember he said ain't nothing there, but it's a starport there. Why y'all go there if it ain't nothing there? Sometimes you gotta dodge the hijack because they always try to make it out like we was this barbaric ass people. No, man, stuff happened. And one of the things that really rocked our whole Mississippian culture is the New Madrid earthquake. Let's go.
Settlement of scattered people along the bluffs because of the advantage of being above the flood level.
Even before this country's history was written by the white man, the natives were well acquainted with the lifeblood that flowed down its rivers.
Of course, the Mississippi River Valley is probably one of the heaviest populated areas in the United States in prehistory, just because of the water.
Hold on. You can't have it both ways. He said it wasn't. The other dude said it wasn't nobody there. This dude said it's heavily populated. Which one is it? Huh? Remember, they didn't really war against you. They genocided you on paper. They made you disappear. You went from Indian to nigger. You went from Indian to blacker man. You hurry up, boy, blacker man.
Very rich. There were good spots to make settlements and farms. You had the river to haul your goods down the Mississippi. You also, as New Madrid as a stopping point, could sell goods to people coming ashore looking for provisions as they were going down the river. So New Madrid was a good place to live.
Look at all that stuff.
As the 19th century dawned, Mississippi River traffic was becoming heavier as swaths of wilderness were swept away by
big ass mound.
So you had canoes, dugout tree stumps, rafts, flatboats, all wooden boats, no steel hulls or anything.
Flatboats were made out of lumber milled along the Ohio River or along the Cumberland River or any of the tributaries. They would be filled with goods for a one-way trip down the river to New Orleans.
For the simple folk who populated the Mississippi River Valley, life on the frontier was quiet for the most part.
Now, remember,
Uneventful,
that's these people in the 1800s.
That is, until one dark night that would literally
it's the 1800s for these
country's
people.
middle right down
We ain't
to its
living like
foundation.
that. We ain't out there in the TP. We live in the cities and apartments.
Funding for this program was made possible in part by the Center for Earthquake Research and Information at the University of Memphis. The is like you.
We were visited by a violent shock of an
Tremors struck close to the New.
And by viewers like you. Thank you.
It was early morning on December 16th, witching hour, some would call it, about 2 a.m., when the first violent tremor struck close to the New Madrid area, startling those on land.
We were visited by a violent shock of an earthquake, accompanied by a very awful noise resembling loud but distant thunder, but more hoarse and vibrating, which was followed in a few minutes by the complete saturation of the atmosphere with sulfurous vapor, causing total darkness.
And on the water.
We were affrighted with the appearance of a dreadful rapid or falls in the river just below us. We were so far in the suck that it was impossible now to land. All hope of surviving was now lost, and certain destruction appeared to await us.
It was the first salvo in a series of earthquakes that would shake the central and eastern U.S. for the next 6 months.
In the night, I was awakened by a most tremendous
Y'all hear that?
noise, accompanied by an agitation of the boat so violent that it appeared in danger of upsetting.
Everywhere.
Y'all hear that? And notice they said some type of, they thought was ash is blocking out the sun. How long did this last? They said for up to 6 months. Watch this. What really happened? You dig what I'm talking about? Was the earthquake just the result of something else? Watch.
There was noise like thunder, and the ground was shaking the trees down, and the air was thick with something like smoke. There was much lightning. We believed we must.
Something like smoke. Huh? From where? In an earthquake. Notice it's blocking the sun out too. Hold on, let's go back a little bit. We're going to go back. We're going to go back. Just a little bit. Did.
Like thunder, and the ground was shaking the trees down, and the air was thick with something like smoke. There was much lightning. We believed we must surely die. Famed now.
Why is it lightning during a earthquake? Huh? Is this an effect of the vortex? I would think so. Did something slip and slide and cause that earthquake? Just a thought. Let's go further.
Naturalist John James Audubon was living in western Kentucky at the time of the quakes.
But at that instant, all the shrubs and trees began to move from their very roots. The ground rose and fell in successive furrows, like the ruffled waters of a lake. And I became bewildered in my ideas as I too plainly discovered that all this awful commotion in nature was the result of an earthquake.
It had to have been a terrifying experience.
These people were frontier types. They weren't highly educated. They knew what earthquakes were and understood earthquakes, but nobody had ever experienced anything like this. So I'm sure everybody was scared to death.
The initial shock, about 7.7 on the Richter scale, struck near the town of New Madrid. In the immediate area, settlers were thrown from their beds as timbers crashed down and chimneys crumbled to dust. Glass exploded and shattered. Barns and fences collapsed as fire consumed many buildings. The Mississippi River was muddied by tons of earth from dislodged banks sliding into her swift currents.
The Mississippi foamed up like the water in a boiling cauldron, and the stream flowed rushing back, while the forest trees near which we lay came crackling and thundering down.
All told, 4 major shocks hit the central United States over a period of several weeks. The initial shock at 2:15 a.m. on December 16th was followed by another large one about 8 that morning. Then on January 23rd, a third large tremor struck as big as the first two. This was followed by a fourth huge quake on February 7th, probably the largest of the bunch. In between these big shocks, and for months after, the area was shaken by almost constant smaller aftershocks.
An engineer in Kentucky named Jared Brooks set up, after he felt the first earthquake in December of 1811, set up a crude pendulum seismograph. And over a period of 6 months, he recorded about 1,800 earthquakes that were probably large enough to be felt.
So, accounting for the tremors he might have missed, we're talking about well over 2,000 possible earthquakes to rattle the district of New Madrid, beginning on December 16th, 1811.
From this time until the 4th of February, the earth was in continual agitation, visibly waving as a gentle sea. And on the 7th, about 4 o'clock a.m., a concussion took place so much more violent than those which had preceded it, that it was denominated the hard shock.
The last big one, on February 7th, sliced directly across the Mississippi River, causing a great deal of consternation to river travelers.
These earthquakes were so powerful that they put waterfalls on the Mississippi River. And as you can expect, the Mississippi River here doesn't have waterfalls. There are no rocks.
The whirls and ripplings of the rapids were such that his vessel seemed altogether unmanageable, and destruction seemed inevitable.
At first, the Mississippi seemed to recede from its banks, and its waters gathering up like a mountain, leaving for a moment many boats on the bare sand.
I was awakened by a roaring noise, and if my flatboat load of whiskey had sprung a leak and made the Father of Waters drunk, it could not have committed more somersaults.
What it was basically as the fault itself crossed the river, and what they were noticing was the river itself sloshing. Whenever you have some force of that enormous magnitude happening, to them it did look like it was going backwards, but in essence what it was, the river was sloshing due to the force of the fault rupture.
The fault line created a sharp upthrust, bisecting the river at 3 separate points as it made a northward loop. The southern edge of the fault was shoved up with an offset of as much as 15 feet in places, partially damming the river and causing her to overflow her banks for a brief period of time until the Mississippi resumed her normal course. However, in the wake of this violent upheaval, in the midst of destruction,
how many people you think that displaced?
Something incredible was left behind.
Reelfoot Lake did not exist. Prior to the earthquakes, early maps show the Reelfoot area as a river draining into the Mississippi.
Not all of the lake was formed by the quakes, so it wasn't like high, dry land suddenly became a lake. It was a low-lying marshy area, old channels, old oxbow lakes, a lot of swamp, a lot of marsh.
At roughly 13,000 acres, Reelfoot Lake is a wealth of natural resources, one of the greatest freshwater fish hatcheries, as well as home to over 250 species of birds, including the magnificent bald eagle.
But out of all that damage did come a lot of...
Never heard of that. Reelfoot. I wonder if there's a Reelfoot Indian. Hold on, just because I'm curious, y'all. Just because I'm curious. Hold on, I'll get right back to it. Hold on. I forgot how to spell Indian for a second. Holy crap. It's a whole story about it. About some Reelfoot Indian. His heart was heavy, for his son had been born with a deformed foot. As the boy grew and developed normally, his walk was different from all other Indians. Legend says that at the beginning of the 19th century, a tribe of Chickasaw, was ruled by a mighty chief. His heart was heavy because his son was born with a deformed foot. As the boy grew and developed normally, blah, 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 like all other Indians. Listen, I'm getting away with the blah, blah, blah now. No, nobody can say that to me no more. You did what I'm saying. Y'all let that nigga get away with it in debate. I can get away with it in regular talk. You dig what I'm talking about? But hey, listen, it's a Reelfoot. I got to do more homework.
The beauty of
Jaja say that the waterways and the lands is named after the people in many parts. So if you want to go learn about the people and who was there, you dig what I'm talking about? Learn about the ancient names of the rivers and waterways. Learn about the ancient indigenous aboriginal names of the waterways and in the lands, and it'll tell you who the people were. He said he did that on purpose. That's from the old ancient Yeehaw language. Where do you think you get Yeehaw from? That was your ancient language.
Reelfoot Lake is one of the reminders that we have of the power of nature. Just a great natural area dominated by the large cypress trees, a haven for birds, for fish, and for people.
Other curious effects of the earthquake, which are still visible today, are known as sand blows.
The surface of hundreds of acres was, from time to time, covered over, of various depths, by the sand which issued from the fissures.
Sand blows occur when a layer of water-saturated sand is topped by a heavier layer of silt or clay. The shaking of the earth forces the sand and water to mix violently.
But they go together and liquefy, and the overburden is pushing down on it, kind of hydraulically charges this. So they're seeking a zone of weakness. You may have a crack open up, and the sand and water will shoot out in like a cone or like a little volcano over the top of the overburden.
These dramatic events are caused by a common earthquake phenomenon called liquefaction.
It was the ground motion of the earthquakes that caused the liquefaction process to turn this solid landscape into liquid conditions. Now, sand is made up of little tiny spheres. Now, when the ground starts to shake, those sand grains become more closely packed, and the water between the sand grains is, it's forced out. It has no place to go but up. It can shoot many feet in the air. 1811, 1812, they talk about it shooting as much as, well, to the tops of high trees.
If there's liquefaction, the ground would fail. Whatever's on that ground would probably break and crack apart. There would be damage to pipelines, water systems, electrical systems, because of that liquefaction potential. And because there's so many unreinforced masonry buildings in the city, I would suspect there'd be substantial damage to them as well.
The Earth, as old as she is, maintains her mysteries. However, she does leave behind traces etched deep beneath her crust. Like hieroglyphics, these can be read, studied, her secrets coaxed to the surface by those who understand her language.
Running across the floor here is this host material, but also right here, striking this way, is the sand fissure. And here it goes up the wall. And as it comes out, it rips some of this loose and carries it up with it. That is a real good indication of a sand blow.
What happened in 1811 was not a freak occurrence, a one-time anomaly.
Paleo old liquefaction features that have been dated and show that earthquakes in the last couple thousand years have repeated on average about every 500 years.
The central U.S. has been shaken by large seismic events throughout history, most notably in the years 500, 900, and 1450. Since the huge sequence 200 years ago, scientists have come to realize that what we have here is a very active system, one which takes its name from the frontier town on the Mississippi, the New Madrid Seismic Zone.
It runs from about 35 miles northwest of Memphis all the way up into southern Illinois. It's made up of 3 separate fault systems. Unlike the western part of the country, we can see the fault. Ours is too deeply buried, so it's really a look from what the instruments tell us as to where the fault really lies, but it covers a very large area.
The New Madrid Seismic Zone lies almost in the center of the country, running in a jagged line from Cairo, Illinois to Mark Tree, Arkansas, about 30 miles northwest of Memphis. The zone itself encompasses an 8-state region, 8 states and potentially 12 million people who could suffer the consequences of a large quake.
Magnitude 7, 7.5 type event, we would expect to impact at least 8 states. Dramatically affecting 7 of those states that fall along the Mississippi River. The outlying states of Alabama, Indiana, Illinois, some of those states would see less damage than you would see in the central part of the fault system.
To some, the threat of an earthquake to our heartland may come as a surprise. We're familiar with those which strike the western U.S., which has been shaken many times in the last century. The San Francisco earthquake of 1906 We're familiar with those.
Oh snap! Oh snap! I think that's what my bro is calling to tell me, bro, that I'm over here talking and yo.
Yo.
Okay, my bad, man. My bad. I'm over here gifting and gabbing. You dig what I'm talking about?
Hey, you got to go back about 5-10 minutes, man.
Dang. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I wasn't watching the chat. But I wanted to show how California is cracked like an egg. You see what I'm saying? Do y'all see the fracture in it?
Yeah.
It's cracked like an egg. That's because it was sheared. A whole continent was sheared off of this landmass right here. And the oldest is up here at the top up here in California. That's where my
go back a little bit to where you back in the Midwest.
Oh, dang, okay. All right. Hold on. in California. That's where my
what is now the country's midsection. The Louisiana Purchase doubled the size of the country at the time, flinging wide the gates of westward expansion. In the central United States, most of the population gravitated to one of the country's lifelines.
It was concentrated along the Mississippi River or at places where pioneers or the Indians felt it was a good place to live.
Hey, y'all, I was getting it in too.
I know. Hey, I
I was running my mouth the whole time.
I see your mouse cursor circling and everything. I know you was going in.
Yeah, I'm going in. You dig what I'm talking about? But we gonna get back and get into it. But let's check out what he's saying. I didn't know that it was on mute. But I'm going in. Hold on. Let's go back and see what he's talking about.
Seasonally hunt the area, then go to their towns that were in northeastern Mississippi with the goods that they hunted from this area and settle down for the wintertime. But in terms of permanent settlements in this area, they were very far and few between.
In 1811, the United States of America was only 35 years old. Our fourth president, James Madison, was in office,
I went back a little
and just
too
about
far.
everything west of the Mississippi.
Yeah, that's a little too far.
Damn.
And the overburden is pushing down on it, kind of hydraulically charges this.
Hold on.
Effects of the earthquakes, which are still visible today.
That damage did come a lot of beauty. And the beauty of Reelfoot Lake is one of the reminders that we have of the
Yeah,
power
did
of
y'all
nature.
okay? So we got to Reelfoot. Did y'all hear me on the Reelfoot Indians?
Yep.
Because there is a Reelfoot Indians. Hold on, let me just show y'all. Let me just share it with you real quick. The legend of the Reelfoot Indian and Reelfoot Indian Lake. It's real. I'm not.
And one thing that was interesting that you brought out too is how a lot of the rivers were named after the people.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because where I'm at, right? I'm about 10 minutes from Cahokia Mound, right? And they also got the Caskia River over here too, which was a Indian people, and also the Muscuda Indians were in this area too.
The Chicago people over there too. The Miami over there too.
And I was thinking, man, on the Illinois side, East St. Louis, I know he was saying that how the dirt with the earthquake made the water rise. I'm thinking, man, that might be why East St. Louis sits so low.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, first of all, people don't understand that whole Mississippi River is not all the way natural. That thing was dredged by our ancestors. When you get to the bottom of that thing, it's cement.
Man.
You dig what I'm talking about? And then think about this. He just said it pushed the ground up at least like 15 feet, creating waterfalls on the Nile. How I get it back down? Where the waterfalls at now? Who moved that? Who moved that? Who had that technology? You telling me the people that got off the boat had that technology to level that ground again? Listen, they sleeping on our great history, man. They done got our people dumbed down so much. We don't believe nothing in ourselves. We think everybody did something else for us, and they didn't. You created everything. You dig what I'm saying? Let's get back to it, though. My bad.
A great natural area dominated by the large cypress trees, a haven for birds, for fish, and for people.
Other curious effects of the earthquakes, which are still visible today, are known as sand blows.
The surface of hundreds of acres was, from time to time, covered over, of various depths, by the sand which issued from the fissures.
Sand blows occur when a layer of water-saturated sand is topped by a heavier layer of silt or clay. The shaking of the earth forces the sand and water to mix violently.
But they go together and liquefy, and the overburden is pushing down on it, kind of hydraulically charges this. So they're seeking a zone of weakness. You may have a crack open up, and the sand and water will shoot out in like a cone or like a little volcano over the top of the overburden.
These dramatic events are caused by a common earthquake phenomenon called liquefaction.
It was the ground motion of the earthquakes that caused the liquefaction process to turn this solid landscape into liquid conditions. Now, sand.
Now, this is one of the effects that happened to pond. And this is one of the reasons also we're going to find a lot of, when they really get to digging in that floor and really get to looking at them quote unquote mountains, and you're going to start seeing that there's structures, right? Yeah. And this is why a lot of it is still going to be maintained, because when Eighth called down, you know, the multiplication of the aja, or the pressure, you dig what I'm talking about, and he smacked the earth, you dig what I'm talking, it liquefied the earth through with earthquakes. So a lot of the buildings went directly in the ground. It literally liquefied the ground. So the whole water from the deep coming up from the cracks and all that stuff, yeah, those is understandings of a remnant of pond. You dig what I'm talking about? Because it literally liquefied the land. So a lot of the structures were swallowed whole.
Yeah.
They're gonna find people in there. Dig what I'm talking about? They didn't find, and then the parts that they do find, like Yonaguni and all this stuff, Zealandia, they try not to even talk about it. And Zealandia is just the southeast corner of Pond. It's not even, that's Zealandia ain't nothing. Wait till you see what it's connected to. Keep looking. Because you got to remember, Hawaii sits in the middle of Pond. It's the biggest mountain in the world.
And also, don't forget, you remember a couple months ago how they were saying they found all them extra islands in Japan.
Oh, like 7,000 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7,000 new islands. Just found them. Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? Just found them. Then they was talking about scientists got killed on there, found some new type of dinosaur.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? Hey, you ain't got to believe me, but it's out there. But liquefaction is one of the things that happened on Pond. You dig what I'm talking about? People got the whole Aboriginal understanding fucked up. It's a people older than you, nigga. It's somebody who was here before the people who branched the people here. This is why you don't understand that there was, and first of all, the American, right? The Guatamian, unlike everybody else who migrate east and west, right? Or stay where they at. Love to stay where they at. The American migrates north and south. Boop, 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 boop. We got a natural inclination to do that. That was put into you by the Creator. So this is why we see Clovis earlier in the south, and then we see him in New Mexico around 11,000 BC. You dig what I'm talking about? But he 18, 16, 14,000 in South America. So he had to migrate to New Mexico. You dig what I'm saying? And then we got to get into the quaternary extinction event. So it's a lot going on at that time. And you smack dab in the middle of Younger Dryas. You dig what I'm talking about? Younger Dryas about to hit. So it's get ugly. Hold on. We're gonna keep going though, Brian.
For sure.
It's made up of little tiny spheres. Now, when the ground starts to shake, those sand grains become more closely packed, and the water between the sand grains is, it's forced out. It has no place to go but up.
This is why we gonna find them boats of Noah. This is how we gonna find pond. That shit just sunk.
If there's liquefaction,
It sunk in the
ground would
land
fail,
first.
whatever's on that
Then
ground
got pushed to the floor.
would probably break and crack apart. There would be damage to pipelines, water systems, electrical systems, because of that liquefaction potential. And because there's so many unreinforced masonry buildings in the city, I would suspect there'd be substantial damage to them as well.
The Earth, as old as she is, maintains her mysteries. However, she does leave behind traces etched deep beneath her crust. Like hieroglyphics, these can be read, studied, her secrets coaxed to the surface by those who understand her language.
Running across the floor here is this host material, but also right here, striking this way, is the sand fissure. And here it goes up the wall. And as it comes out, it rips some of this loose and carries it up with it. That is a real good indication of a sand blow.
What happened in 1811 was not a freak occurrence, a one-time anomaly.
Paleo liquefaction features that have been dated and show that earthquakes in the last couple thousand years have repeated on average about every 500 years.
The central U.S. has been shaken by large seismic events throughout history, most notably in the years 500, 900, and 1450. Since the huge sequence 200 years ago, scientists have come to realize that what we have here is a very active system, one which takes its name from the frontier town on the Mississippi, the New Madrid Seismic Zone.
It runs from about 35 miles northwest of Memphis all the way up into southern Illinois. It's made up of 3 separate fault systems. Unlike the western part of the country, we can see the fault.
And that's where I'm at, southern
So
Illinois.
it's really a look from what the instruments tell us as to where the fault really lies, but it covers a very large area.
The New Madrid Seismic Zone lies almost in the center of the country, running in a jagged line from Cairo, Illinois to Mark Tree, Arkansas, about 30 miles northwest of Memphis.
Look at all that land it affects.
The zone itself encompasses an 8-state region.
They're trying to
8
make
states
you think
and
that
potentially 12 million people.
just because it was a couple hundred years ago that you was this backwood people and that it wasn't nobody here. Don't you believe it? Where you say you at, Bronze?
Southern Illinois.
So you in St. Louis, right?
Yep.
Right here.
I'm on the other side of the Mississippi.
Yeah, he would have definitely been affected. Let's look at the area. That's right in the blast. You dig what I'm saying, Bronze?
Yes, sir.
8 states and potentially
Don't let them
12
think
million
you
people
wouldn't have been
who could
nobody
suffer the
misplaced
consequences of a large quake.
throughout this. And this is
7.5
what happened.
event, we would expect
You
to
had a
impact at
great,
least 8 states,
massive civilization
dramatically
that was
affecting,
affected up and
7
down
of
the
those states that
Mississippi
fall along the
because of this.
Mississippi River.
This
The
ain't the only
outlying
place
states of Alabama,
that
Indiana,
this is where it
Illinois,
went
some
off
of those
at. This
states
ain't the only place it
less
affected.
damage than you would see in the central
It
part of
affected the
fault
whole
system.
country. It was so
To
big.
some, the threat of an earthquake to our heartland may come as a surprise. We're familiar with those which strike the western U.S., which has been shaken many times in the last century.
Now, I want y'all to notice this. See how it's cracked? That's because it was literally sheared off another continent. Literally. Y'all better read the story of Ave. Really what's going on around here. You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on. Get to it.
The San Francisco earthquake of 1906 caused much damage and a fire that almost destroyed the city. In 1989, a 6.9 struck the San Francisco Bay Area. 63 people died and thousands were left homeless. The 1994 Northridge earthquake had a magnitude of 6.7 It killed 60 and caused $20 billion in damage. So why are earthquakes more common on the West Coast? The Earth's crust is made up of plates that fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. The constant shifting of superheated rock inside the Earth generates and stores energy, which presses upward against the boundaries of these tectonic plates, which are known as rifts or faults.
Basically, it's when parts of the Earth crust
Y'all see
is
that?
moving past another part on a
No.
surface.
Which presses Earth generates and stores energy, which
Hold
presses
on.
upward against the
Y'all
coast.
see that?
The Earth's crust is made up of plates.
Y'all see that? What's this? What's this? What's this?
That's crazy, man.
Hmm? Look at pond. Look at it. Hold on. Let's get in some more waspy real quick, because I don't think they really understand what's going on, Bronze, y'all.
Man.
I don't think they really understand what's going on. Why you got continental drift? Let's get into some of this OSP. You dig what I'm talking about? This earth, sky, and spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's get into this book of eighth. You dig what I'm talking about? I think it's about I think it's is it chapter 6? Let's get into it.
And you know what, man? Now I think about it, man. That's in this particular area, there's a lot of bluffs. So that would probably explain how they got there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's figure out what's going on. Right? This 22,553 BC, we finding out what's going on with man on the earth at this time. This is the book of 8, chapter 5 and 8. It came to pass that when one commandment was set aside, the others were also, and it followed that the spirits of the newly dead who were without knowledge of heaven led mortals in their own way. For they dwelt together and slept together. And in dreams and visions, mortals judged themselves to be wise, not knowing they were obsessed in sleep. Is this where your succubus whole idea come from? And for the desires of the flesh, they found acquiescence in spirit, having no higher God or Lord. And as one spirit returned and fastened itself on a mortal, so did another and another, till hundreds and thousands of spirits dwelt in one corporeal body, often driving away the natural spirit that I had gave at the time of conception. And these mortals did not know it, and they became void of direct purpose because of the confusion of soul, and were worthless on the earth. Jehovah further said, from this time forward, a long season on earth, the spirits of the Essayans, the new spirits, shall not be permitted to return to dwell with mortals, but the earth shall be encompassed on all sides of Emun. This is like gases, right? But there shall come a time when mortals are capable of comprehending these matters. At that time, their kindred spirits, our Algonquin ancestors, shall return at intervals from their holy labors in heaven to see them and talk with them face to face. Right? let's go down a little bit to where he cracked the earth. Hold on 1 second. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, we can just keep going. And now, son of Jehovah, when the Etherian hosts were arranged in due order, I called out to you, Jehovah, saying, in your strength and wisdom, O Father, join the heavens and the earth below. Look at this. Join the heavens and the earth join the heavens above with the earth below. And look at what's happening. Go ahead.
Was you trying to show the text? It wasn't showing.
It's not showing?
No.
Can you see it now?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Okay. Now look at what the God of the arc cycle 8th is saying. I want to bring and join the heavens above with the earth below. And look, the end of the Ethereum column, right? Hold on, let's go back to this map, right? I want to just read it to you because see this cracked land. You see what I'm saying? That's in the Pacific. He's going to talk about a tube, a column that is put around pond to multiply the pounds per square inch enough to crack a continent. We did the math on it. It came out to roughly 37.5 billion pounds per square inch. So just to let you know how much more that is or how great that is, right now, today, right this second, there is exactly 14.7 pounds per square inch being exerted on everything everywhere. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and you can still jump up, dunk a basketball and all that. So imagine in an area as big as the Pacific. Now you see in the continent, you see it now, right? It's a tube being put around it, and just like a vacuum, you dig what I'm talking about? But instead of the force sucking it up, it's the force blowing it down. Think like a blower. You dig what I'm talking about? And instead of sucking it up through the tube, it's blowing it down. This is what he's talking about. Let's get back to see what Owaspy is talking about. And the end of the Etherian column that extended to Shinvat, or the border of our atmosphere, on the border of the vortex, right, of the Earth, which is our atmosphere, was made secure by the what? The pressure of your wide heavens. And again, I said, in your strength and wisdom, this is God calling out in the Creator's name. Let that sink in. Again, I said, in your strength and wisdom, O Creator, join the heavens above with the earth below. And look, in the end of the Etherian column that extended down to the earth was made secure around the borders of Waga, or pond, by the sea and the high mountains of the north. So when I look on this map, Shouldn't be no mountains in the north. What are these? Huh? That's all mountains there. Nothing but mountains. Look, right here up under here, that's Japan. That's a remnant of what's left. Look how he cracked it. And the crazy part is, if I pull up my Google Maps, there's stripes on the bottom of the Pacific that go like this, like 1, 2, like horizontal stripes all across the Pacific. And then there's some that go this way like this. And it carve it up like a pizza. That's how the pressure hit it. And watch, we're going to see he hit it 3 times. Right? So
that's mind-blowing, bro.
Right. So they fasten the tube. Look how big this tube is. Right? Graham Hancock and them is looking for the Younger Dryas, right? A impact. Right? They looking for the impact. They think a comet hit the earth. You would think that, right? But that ain't what happened. Ether, the pressure of the atmosphere was multiplied. That 14 by 7, that 14.7 pounds was multiplied hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of times per each ship. And there's like over 150,000, 200,000 ships here, multiplying that 14 by 7, roughly 250,000 times. It gets to roughly 37.5 billion pounds per square inch, put over an area as big as 3-4 Africas. Look. All this is caught up in here. All this was carved off. See them sharp points and cuts? Watch. Hold on, let's get back to this. And the end of the Etherian column that extended down to the earth was made secure around the borders of Pan, Waga, by the sea and the high mountains of the north. And again, O Jehovah, Creator, deliver the earth from evil for your glory forever. And the vortex of the earth closed in from the rim. And lo, what? The earth was broken. A mighty continent was cut loose from its fastenings. And the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds. Hold on. Ain't this word for word the Algonquin story? Huh? With loud roarings. Where the Algonquins get it from? The Faithists, the mound builders. And the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea. This word for word, the Algonquin story of the flood of Amaruka. And I said, O Jehovah, deliver the word, deliver your heavens, which are bound like a chain to a rotten carcass. And again, right? So the first time, what? A continent was cut loose from the rim, cut loose from its fastenings. And what happened right then, right? And the fires, what fires? The fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds. Those are volcanoes. It bet not be, hold on, a whole range of goddamn volcanoes sitting around the Pacific. It bet not be there. if I look up mountains around around the Pacific, it bet not be a whole bunch of mountains. It bet not be. Huh? It bet not be. What shape it's in. Let's get back to this let's get back to this. Look at the shape. Now, hold on. Hold on. I'm making it up. This is the most active place of volcanoes in the world. And it just so happened to be in the shape of the sunken goddamn Continental pan, which is in the same shape as the Ring of Fire, where it said this big old tube or column was dropped over a continent and sunk on purpose. Then it said the fires of the earth came up all at one time. Guess where the most active volcano place is in the world? The Ring of Fire. How is that there? Huh? How is it there? This is objective proof of the flood. This is objective proof upon y'all niggas just don't know what you looking at. You want to be Aboriginal so bad, but I'm saying you not Aboriginal till you tap into your Aboriginal heritage and culture, which is your spirituality. And it's only given back to you today in Owaski. Until you tap in, you don't even know what you're looking at. How is this there? Watch this. Look at it. Do y'all see that shape? Guess where every volcano is in the most active volcanoes is in the world? Right here on this Pacific Ring, right where Owaski say they gonna be. And the fires of the earth came forth in flame. And how do y'all got this word for word? First of all, Owaspi's was written down before the Algonquins was. Algonquin story wasn't even written down to the early 1900s. How it's in Owaski before? Where y'all get it from? And how is it word for word? If y'all don't listen, I'll go into that book of Atlantis right now. Encyclopedia of Atlantis right now and pull that up word for word that the Algonquin said it. And the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds with loud roaring, word for word. And the land rocked to and fro like a ship, word for word. And creator, right here it say, and Amaruka delivered your heavens, which are bound like a chain and rotten like a carcass. And again, what? The vortex of the earth closed in on all sides, and by the pressure, the land sank beneath the water. You ever try to push a basketball up under the water in a pool? How much you bet 37.5 billion pounds per square inch put over an area as big as 63 million square miles, which is the Pacific, would definitely crack a continent like an egg. A whole continent. Look, it's a vortex in the Algonquin story. They think I'm lying. They think I'm lying. They think I'm lying. Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Because they think I'm lying. Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. Shout out to Big Aboriginal Power for putting me on this one. Hold on, let me open this up. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I know I got it somewhere. I got this. I know I got it. Because I can see it right here. But okay. Kind of, I don't want to slow down the build. You dig what I'm talking about? But I know I got it. It's right here.
Handle your business, man.
You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. You already know I got it. Watch this. Let me see. Let me see if I can grab it right here. Yup. I sure can. Hold on. Okay. All right. Because they think I'm playing. They think I'm playing. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Can you see that, bros? Maybe I got to blow it up a little bit. The Algonquin flood mill.
Yeah, I see it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can blow it up just a little bit. Because they be thinking Cosmo making this stuff up. I ain't making none of the other. Look, y'all see Algonquin flood myth. Native American, now, or just don't trip. Native tribes, or let's just use the word Aboriginal tribes of the American Northeast preserved a tribal memory of their ancestral origins on a large island in the Atlantic. Or is it the Pacific? After many generations, signs and portents warned the inhabitants of impending disaster. Look, this is only in Owaspy. Some magnitude of evacuation that took place is suggested in the what? The 138 boats. That's only in Owaspy. How is it in the Algonquin history? Hold on. But we're going to show you this word for word. Said to have been prepared for the emergency. According to the Algonquin elder Sam D. Gill, it began when the earth rocked to and fro as a ship at sea. The quakes became so powerful, the island was cut loose from its fastenings, word for word. And the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds and loud roarings. Hold on. What? What? And the vortex of the earth closed in from the rim, and lo and behold, the earth was broken. A mighty continent was cut loose from its fastenings. And the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds and loud roaring. And the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea. Hold on. Where was I at? I was right here. Look. And the earth rocked to and fro as a ship at sea. The quakes became so powerful, island was what? Cut loose from its fastenings. And the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds and loud roarings. What? As the flotilla of refugees, how many came to America? 34 ships. Roughly a little over 3,000 people. Made good their escape. And what? The land sank beneath the waters to rise no more. Right? And the land sank beneath the water. Hold on. And again, the vortex of the earth closed in on all sides, and the land sank beneath the water to rise no more. Where y'all get y'all shit from? We got ours from the Creator, right? It was given to the mound builder culture here in America. And they told their children, us, the Algonquins, this is where you got it from. As the flotilla made good their escape, the land sank down beneath the waters to rise no more. What? The survivors eventually landed along the eastern seaboard of North America. Nope, they landed on the western seaboard of Middle America and married among the indigenous peoples to become the forefathers of the Algonquin tribes. What am I telling you? There is no more succinct and credible version of the Atlantis catastrophe and its aftermath. And it's only in Owaspy. So let's get to telling it. And again, the earth closed in on all sides. And by the pressure, the land sank beneath the water to rise no more. And the Corporians, the physical men, went down in death. And the fetals, spirits that are attached to other people, and familiar dark spirits, gave up the battle. Neither did they have anywhere to stand. This is why the column. Nor did they know, because what was really happening, they were tearing down a heaven. They were demolishing a heaven. And the heaven over the land was so corrupt, they sunk the land and the heaven all at the same time. Neither did they have anywhere to stand, nor did they know how to go to any place in all the heavens, but were lost and crying out for help. Talking about the spirits. And my host hastened in all directions with their birth blankets, because these people are dying, right? But look at Jaja. He's sending his high-raised angels with birth blankets to catch before you suffered, they took your spirit. And my host hastened in all directions with their birth blankets to receive the druge, the low spirits, right? The fetals who are attached to people who don't know how to go, don't know nothing. And the brand new spirits are the good people, or the people who are just new spirits, right? In the millions and millions, gathered and delivered them to the fountain of light, where I have provided atmosphere for them. And they were placed within. So great were the numbers that even gods had scarcely seen anything like it before. And in order to attest before you, O Creator, I had them numbered. Listen to what he's about to say. God numbered the angels and the people. O Creator, I had them numbered using the sections of the divisions of my gods and goddesses in order to do so. The druge and the fetals were 16,600,000,000 low demonic spirits on the earth. 16,600,000,000. Many of these had lived on earth as fetals and demonic, druge, low, vibratory spirits for thousands of years. Although many of them were not capable of everlasting life. Next, of the first resurrection, there were 36 billion. And the second resurrection, 305 million. But during the last 100 years, the earth brought forth no one capable of everlasting life, except indeed the remnants of the ions. Now, when the earth was delivered and there was no escape for the spirits of the dead or any returning to mortals, I called out to you, O Creator, saying, give me of your power, O Creator, and I will carry up all the plateaus of hell and the heavens of the buried continent. And your hand came like a blade. Listen, we obviously know the Creator don't have a hand. So what came out the sky? Flaming like fire, and swept over the ocean of the sunken land, cleaving all asunder. And lo and behold, the anchorage of my feet was cut loose, and the spears of heaven at my command. Your voice, O Jehovah, came to me, saying, descend, my son, down to the floor of the resurrection, and go into the midst of the places of ascension, and take my daughter, Beatrice. Now, this God rolling with big sus. Hold on. God got a big sus that he really showing out for right now. Because she really a higher rank than he is. Beatrice, higher rank than true God, who just smacked the goddamn planet in half and pushed the continent beneath the and look, he said, take my daughter Beatrice with you, for I will add to your glory. So he's showing out the resurrection of all whom your eyes have seen. Now it comes out to, in the end of the day, there are 24.4 billion people who die in this event. There are only roughly about 8 billion people on the planet today. Circa 22,553 BC, in one event, not only people on the continent of Pond, mind you, it's 4 Africas big. You did what I'm talking about. Not only there, but all the people who drown by the water. Because remember, the water must cover the highest mountain on the land. The highest mountain, remember, Hawaii is in the middle of Pond, right? So if you judge from the middle of Pond, Hawaii, to the highest mountain on the earth, that's the Himalayas, right?
Yeah.
That is 11,000 miles inland into China. So you got to cover that 36,000, 39,000 feet. This is how the water can get that high if you got that much pressure.
Well, hold up. Mount Everest is the highest mountain.
Where is it at?
It's over in that area.
It's in the Himalayas.
Yeah.
It's 39,000
feet. Yeah. Sub-range of the Himalayas.
Yep. So it got to cover the highest water on land. Both stories say that. Owaspy say it, Bible say it. But to get to that land, to get to Everest and cover it at 39, higher than the tallest mountain. So it's got to be higher than 39,000, right? It got to go 11,000 miles inland. What do you think happened to that tidal wave that was 39,000 feet long? Hot. It kept rolling. And at least affected that much land still going west. But what happened to the land, to the water going east and the land going east? It would have affected the same amount going east. But at the same time, though, you got to take into account that when you press something like a balloon, right? Let's take a balloon. If you press one side of the balloon in, the other sides expand. So that's the same thing that happened to the earth. Parts of the that were lower raised up, and some parts sunk. You dig what I'm talking about? So certain parts of the land rose up. You dig what I'm talking about? Even though they were greatly affected, they weren't totally washed. But if you lay 11,000 miles one way and 11,000 miles the other way, they damn near touch. 11,000 miles from LA, you end up in like the Middle East, right? If it just affected that area. And then you got to think about it on coming back the other way, it's affecting all the way to like Tibet and Himalayas. That's damn near the whole world.
Bro, you blowing my mind right now, because like, for me, just in my life, you piecing together some things, man, that I ain't never even thought about.
You dig what I'm saying? And how is this Pacific Rim here? How is this story in the Algonquin story? You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on. Let's go a little further. Because we want to get to my homeboy Neff. I want to meet Neff one day. Neff is one of them dudes. He was a writer. You dig what I'm talking about? He was a writer. Where was I at? Watch this. This shit crazy. So I descended and took Fiatisi, daughter of the creator, with me. And when we had come into the place commanded, your power came upon the place. He talking to the creator. It's God getting power from somebody else. And it started upward, the heaven. And soon it turned on its vertical axis and rose higher and higher, turning and rising. And we saw where we were loose from the earth, and we no longer rotated with the earth, but rose slowly upward, watching the earth rotating beneath us. Oof. And I said, upward, O Jehovah, upward, O Jehovah, upward, O Creator. And all the hosts repeated the same words, for our wills and knowledge were as a unit, in which we had strength in you, our Creator. And Jehovah spoke in the firmament, saying, bring the newborn to the forest of Uklu and the giant roadways of the Ark of Noah. Huh? Y'all thought this was a man. This is a place. This is a time. In the Etherian heavens of Hoton. And when you have established them on a world, listen, this is the spirits, 24.4 billion. And then look how your father worked. He sent 5 angels for every spirit on earth. And also the Druidian spirits that were already dead that didn't know where to go. Remember these billions? Right? These billions of angels. There were 16,600,000,000 angels. Remember all them? And another 36 billion. Where did he take them? Let's look into it. Bring the newborn spirits, all them people who died. Oh yeah, let me just get this out. There was 24.4 billion people to die. 12,420 people lived and went on to populate the planet, right? These are the 138 ships. They were broken down into 5 groups, 34 ships into 4 groups apiece, and 2 into the others, right? But the spirits of the people that was already here, see, Jaja don't slack. He don't miss nothing. They had to go somewhere and be raised up too, because they couldn't be in that heaven no more, lounging around doing nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? He said, bring them to newborn spirits to the forest of Uklu, the Jayan roads of the Ark of Noah, in the Etherian heaven of Hatun. And when you have established them on a world of their own, leave gods and goddesses with them to sort them and provide according to their necessities. For all things shall be provided. Wait, where am I? For all things shall be provided to them. For all things shall be provided to them in such a way that they can attain to knowledge and individuality. And when you have placed them, hasten my son back to Neph. Y'all don't even know who Neph is. This true God right here, Neph. He really still true God, but Aph came to do a work during this time. And why I like Aph so much is because Jehovah let him. He was getting the rough end of the stick, man. Dang. And Jaja didn't answer him. So he worked his way through it. You dig what I'm talking about? So much so that the gods, other gods who are higher than Neph, took notice. Because the whole time, remember, nobody during his arc was able to resurrect to the higher heavens. So he was fighting against that the whole time, coming up with strategies and, just to try to get some people to see. And he was able to save 12,420 lives. 24.4 billion of them died. But your father ain't missed nothing. Look, hasten with my son Neph back to the earth where I have labor awaiting regarding the ships of the Ions, the little people, the mound builders, the Oeklopan. This is why there's so many names of Pan and Mu and Ara and Ari in America. You dig what I'm talking about? And so in that way, the newly born were delivered, talking about the spirits. And then I, Aph, departed soon as possible, taking leave of Beatisi, thanking her for her assistance in a great deliverance. With me, I took Neph, son of Jehovah, and another 36,000 gods and goddesses, besides 10 million Etherians, who each had thousands of years experience in the heavens and on various corporeal planets. And we came back to the earth, to the ocean, where the land had gone down. And when I came to the ships in which the Ions had escaped, these 138 ships, finding the gods who were in charge of them, even as I had previously commanded, your voice, O Creator, came to me in Aph, saying, bend the currents of the winds of heaven, O my son, shape the course of the ships so that they fall into groups, and you shall divide the groups, making 4 groups in all, and by the winds of heaven you shall drive the groups or the fleets of ships and bring them to the 4 different lands of the earth, according to its previous history and adaptation. For in all countries my chosen shall begin laying down the foundation of my everlasting kingdom, and they shall never again be destroyed by the people of darkness, of earth or heaven. So, according to the labor your commandments put upon me, I divided my host, making 4 divisions of them. And I said to Neph, direct them, O God, to those countries Yahweh has shown you, for you know all the earth, right? Because Neph is true God. Remember, you are still God of earth. This is Aph telling Neph. God said, by your light, Jehovah, this is true God, talking to the creator. You ever seen in your Bible or any religion ever that the God is giving praise to a higher deity? A higher, not even deity, the creator. No. The God always tries to claim he is the creator. By your light, O Jaja, I desire 2 ships to go to the north land, which was not sunk. Okay, I had to make sure. Hold on. Let me see if I can blow that up just a little bit more. Move it over. By your light, O Jehovah, I desire 2 ships to go to the north land, 2, which was not sunk. So a part of the north land was carved off the great continent of Pan. For they shall testimony be a testimony in time to come. Let your gods therefore shift the winds and drive 2 ships aside from the rest. And at that same time, my messengers will go lead the way to the north land, and in which direction your gods shall shape the winds of heaven. So, right, so they change in the ocean gyres, right? Which would have still been rocking and rolling, and it's raining and going crazy and all that. Now, those in charge of the wind currents divided the ships and drove 2 of them off to the north land. Let's look and see what north land they're talking about. Right? North land, right? Carved from the continent. This is a mountain range up here, y'all. Carved from the continent. See this? That's Japan. Ja meaning a remnant. Pan meaning of Pan. A remnant of Pan, a part of the continent, a part of the continent that wasn't sunk. It was cut off on purpose. Remember, he said, I'm gonna send 2 ships up here.
Boy, you was blowing my mind right now, bro.
Watch this. Watch this. Now, and the gods and now, mind you, this is the Algonquin tale of the flood. This is the story of Amaruka. And the gods and the angels turned the currents about and drove the 4 groups of ships. 4, right? In the 4 different ways according to the directions of God, Son of Jehovah. The messengers of God led the way, showing gods and angels of the winds and the countries designated by the Creator. So it came to pass that in 150 days, well, how long you say did it rain? Yeah, 150 days. This is when so-called Noah got off the boat. All the ships of the faithists were in their ports, and the peoples went ashore in the different countries where they had been taken to. So there's not 3 sons. It's not just Ham, Shem, and Japheth. There's also 2 more sons. There's another group of 34 ships, and then there's a group of 2 ships. So that's 5 sons. So if you've only heard about Noah having Ham, Shem, and Japheth, you only got 3 parts of a 5-part story. Didn't nobody tell you about Gautama? Didn't nobody tell you about them 2 boats that he shoot to the north? That's called Yista. Huh? Only the faithists got the real flood history. Only we got it. Because we the real Algonquins. Again, your voice, O Jehovah, came to me saying, behold, my people are few in the world, 12,420. Unless they take the ships, right, and sail about and so get divided and lost, you shall send your host down to the sea at night to sink the ships. This is also liquefaction. This is also what happened. They sunk the ships on purpose. Bronze. If they sunk them on purpose, they still there.
Yep.
Huh? And when I told Neff what you had said, now this is an Ethereum God talking to true God of the earth. Right? He said, telling them what Creator told him to tell them. This is brothers talking about, and one of the brothers coming to the other brother and telling them what their daddy said. When I told God, Neff, what you had said, God said to me, my angels shall inspire the ions, the mound builders, to take all things out of the ships tonight. And tonight your host shall fulfill the commandment of Jehovah. And so it happened. The ions took all their goods out of the ships, not knowing they were inspired. And that night I sent angels down, and they sank the ships. Huh? I know where they at. I think I know. And in the morning, the ions saw their ships had disappeared. And they said one with another in one voice, truly, I know I was inspired, for I would not rest till all the goods were taken up off the ships. Let us therefore build an altar to the Lord and sing and dance, because he was with us. And when God now saw that their souls were propitious for the good works and miracles, he stationed his ashars, his guardian angels, around the altars, and sent other ashars into the countryside where they gathered fruit. The angels gathered the fruit, which was growing wild, and brought it to the ions. So in that 5 months time of that sinking, we got plants already back on the earth. This crazy. Something had to rise up. Something had to sink. America, one of them lands that was rising. Exactly the year 24,000, or exactly 25,000 to 24,000 BC, exactly when this event happened. The Himalayas, not the Himalayas, but the Rockies, the Sierra Madres, and the Peruvian mountains all rose 6,000 feet at once, all at the same time. Yep. Now you know why. And then we instantly, that day, we went into a glacial maximum. How you know you went into a glacial maximum, Cosmon? Because space cold. Remember, he locked space. He brought in etheric gases and that in the coils of the vortex, and he multiplied it thousands of times, and he smashed it on the earth. That stuff is cold. Ether is ice cold. As a matter of fact, the average temperature of our atmosphere is 274 degrees below zero. As you go close to the sun, like the James Webb Telescope is, because the James Webb Telescope isn't leaving out our galaxy, it's going towards our sun. It's functioning right now at 474 degrees below zero. Let that sink in your head. Going towards the sun, it's getting colder. Right? And look, the angels went to the countryside and gathered fruit, which was growing wild, and brought it to the ions, casting it on the altars of the Lord, even while the people danced. Thus I fulfilled the work you commanded of me, O Creator. And so I surrendered my commission, right, to your son Neph, and God of heaven and earth. Neph, the God, said, behold, Aph, son of Jehovih, by the power and magnificence of your work, I am bewildered. Because Aph is a more powerful God than Neph. Neph is a young God. Why they love Neph and Aph and all them and all the guys, when you go reading it, you keep reading and look, they loved him so much because he was such a young God, and he fought all the way through it to lose, to be redeemed again by this flood. He was able to raise all the people he couldn't raise in the arc cycle before, raise them up higher than even he is. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's the justice of, because he would cry out to Creator sometimes, the Creator wouldn't answer Neph. Jaja say, gods are as nothing in my hands. I trim them up. Make them niggas get right how I see fit. They are as nothing before me. Even the real ones, the true ones. He said, I trim them up. Sometimes I don't answer the phone for them niggas. That's what he did to Neph. You dig what I'm talking about? But it made Neph grow and powerful, so much so that he got so much love in the heavens because he fought all the way through it. He never wavered. He never wavered. When the fight was, he couldn't lose. He lost everything, or it seemed like it. But Jaja had a plan for him. He sent Big Bro. So now look what God is telling the son of Jehovah, Aph. He say, by your power, I'm true God now. He say, by your power and magnificence. He say, of your work, I am bewildered in your presence. Who can come so near the Almighty? Oh, and think about this. Beatisi, the sister, outrank Aph. Oh! True God is bewildered by his big bro. But big bro got a big sis who put him on the shelf. What? A sister, the highest deity in our book. Beatisi. She came down with big boy out and clamped on the earth. She sat back and watched it. He was showing out. Yeah, you know, I got some new cams, new headers. You did what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? We're gonna go tear it up real quick, Brian. You know, got the new Hellcat. You know what I mean? It ain't nothing.
Yeah. Oh,
you know, it ain't nothing. You know how we do. You know how we do. You know what I mean? Who can come so near the Almighty? And think about this. He ain't even close. He ain't, listen, it's gods that tell his God to tell his God, to tell his God to tell his God what to do. Huh? Ain't no get next to Jaja. But look what he's saying. He's saying, nigga, god damn. I ain't seen nothing like this. Who can come so near the Almighty? Who but the Creator has attained beyond the power of your soul? He asking questions. God is baffled. He bewildered. True God. The nigga who never gave up, scrapped the whole time. He's saying, damn, big bro came through. He said, who can come so near the Almighty? Who but the Creator has attained beyond the power of your soul? You, nigga. You got the hands of God for real. Who has wisdom like you except the great Creator? This is God telling Aph. But Aph had big sis with him. She was even higher. What is we talking about? We talking about this thing go on forever. You have stretched the line beyond the moon. That's that tool. And by your spoken word, crushed in the side of the great earth. He punched the planet as if it was nothing. You have said, arise, and a world moved at your command. Ooh-wee. Yes, you have the love and esteem of millions of gods and goddesses. This is true God telling Eighth, right? And you came against the winds of the earth, saying, turn here, turn there. And lo, the winds moved before your words as an obedient child to his father's voice. You can call down the fire of heaven and it comes at your bidding. And you say, oh, creator, put your hand under the heavens of the earth, and immediately a light and a floor wide as the earth fly into place. Fly into the place of your desire. I had to look at this, Bronze. Look at this. Could this be the whole idea of why our people think it's a flat earth? Because they seen this. And you said, Ojo, put your hand. He asked the creator to put his hand. Obviously, the creator don't got no hands. So what is this light they're looking at? What is this thing that look like fire? Put your hand under the heavens of the earth, under it, and immediately a light, right, under it and over it, a light and a floor, wide as the earth, fly in the place of your desire. So did he just put it in a box? Is this why they think it's flat? I had to look at that again. Now, behold, you have said, O Creator, I surrender my commission. I have finished that which you commanded me to do. For which reason, O Eighth, my soul has great sorrow. But because you have labored 100 days, he did this in 100 days. What? Nigga, he couldn't clean up the world. It took him 3,400 years and still couldn't get it done. Eighth came through and did it in 100 days. But because you have labored 100 days, now this is true God, and cleaned up the whole earth and her heavens as one might sweep the floor of a house, I am bowed down in gratitude. This is God speaking to his bro. But look what he say. Look what Eighth say. Then Eighth, son of Jehovah, said, O Creator, what have I done that your son's love has come to me? Look what he's saying. I don't deserve this. He said, what have I done to get God's love? The more I become one with you, O everlasting Creator, the more you show me plainer and plainer that I am nothing. And yet, your son, seeing I am merely a figure moved by your hand, heaps praise upon me. Shall a man lose sight of the Almighty? Look what they're saying to him. Saying, nigga, it ain't me. It ain't me, bro. I don't deserve your praise. I did this through you, and he watched me do it through you, and he heaping praise on me. Don't praise me. He told him what Jesus told him. Don't praise me. Praise the nigga who sent me. Nevertheless, O Creator, who is so weak when it comes to love as I, your servant, because you have quickened me in wisdom and power, so have you made my love a place that can never be supplied to the full. How shall I find strength to leave this your son on far off earth? Talk about Neff. Will I not glory in his love and great esteem? And yet do I not know that I will repine because I do not have him with me? Or you said he was like, he's going to be sick about it that he's not with him. Hear me, O Creator, for I swiftly measure your son. Scarcely 40,000. This is all it took to be God of the earth, the 16th true God of the earth. He had only been in the heavens 40,000 years. Eighth been in the heavens millions of years. Fiatisi been around hundreds of millions of years. Billions. She older than the earth. I think he is too. Well, no. Eighth not older than her. Well, he might be. He say, now look, this is why they like Neff. Hear me, O Creator, for I swiftly measure your son. He's like, you know, I gauged this character real quick. I G-checked him, and he tight, he straight. He says, scarcely 40,000 years raised up to the Etherian heavens, and yet you made him God of heaven and earth. Think about that. Neff had to be high raised. For 3,000 years, he struggled in the battle against evil and darkness, and the broad heavens and the Etherian world looked on in sympathy, love, and hope because of his tenacity, his wisdom and power. He fought the whole time. It was like one man. Look, this is why the gods love him. It was like one man fighting against a house on fire and a place filled with helpless babies. And yet your God never ceased. Not once rested and said it is useless, but forever renewed the battle in new ways and stratagems. Huh? Shout to the Creator gang. As a light shows better in the dark, so did your son Neff, O Creator. Move the souls of even gods and goddesses in your exalted heavens. He said, as a light shows better in the dark, so did your son Neff, O Creator. Move the souls of even gods and goddesses in your exalted heavens. Then came your voice, O Father, saying, go, O Eighth, my son, and deliver the earth, and behold, the congregating of gods and goddesses, so eagerly to fly to the assistance of your honored son. And God, Neff, said, one favor, O Eighth, son of Jehovih, I ask of you, which is that you shall stay 3 days and honor the throne of God. Right? So he asking Eighth, this is true God, asking Eighth to come sit upon his throne. For I will have it founded and ready, and my Lord shall have the honor of speaking to you face to face. And Eighth, the son of Jehovah, the Creator, said, by your permission, O Creator, I will stay 3 days and 3 nights with your son, God of the heaven and earth. And I will honor his throne and speak face to face with his lords, so that I may win their love. In 3 days' time, the kingdom of God was founded and situated in Atmosphere, near and over the land of Japhet, China. That's where Japhet is, China, in Russia. But the plateaus extended with 2, this is how the heavens, wings so as to embrace Shem, right, and Ha, which is India, right, India and Persia, the Middle East, and continental Africa, both called Egypt at this, for this second. And the gods, with their lords and attendants, went to the kingdom. Now there were with God Neff 2 million spirits, earthborn, all of them. And Neff is from earth. Neff from earth. In the second resurrection, who had volunteered to serve another 200 years for the founding of the new kingdom of heaven. and they were well learned in official capacity, knowing how to found plateaus with factories, mansions, hospitals, nurseries, and all the places required in heaven for the newborn, so that God only had to say, do this or that, and it was done without error. Look how the heavens work. And now 500,000 Etherian volunteers from the host of Eighth, son of Jehovih, came before God and desired to remain 200 years with God and his host. And God, Neph, said to them, behold, the earth has passed Triista, and it is no longer lawful for any but earthborn to hold places of the sub-gods and sub-lords and marshals. And since you are raised from different stars, look, they from different planets, and from different Etherian circuits, what shall I do that you may be honored and also profitable to yourselves in development? I wonder what these people look like. Do they look like regular people? Gatiavaya, chief spokesman for them, said, we desire only to be laborers. Look at this. These high-raised Etherian angels, and they want to work. They don't want to do nothing but work. For what is 200 years to us? we just want to work, man. What's 200 years to us? Appoint us, we pray, not the ions. For they are already advanced, but appoint us to the natives. In the divisions of the earth, especially to those who speak only little. See, we was over here chitting and chatting over here in the Americas. And who, especially to those who speak only little and who burrow in the ground, troglodytes, cavemen. Nor, mind you, this is 22,553 BC, 24,000 years ago. Exactly 24,175 years ago. Nor do we desire a place in your heaven, but we will abide with mortals and in the first resurrection of those who are born in darkness. God said, you shall remain and your people with you. For since you have volunteered to leave your high estate to come down and dwell for one day on the lowest of all places, laboring for the blind and dumb, you shall be recompensed with love of millions in time to come. Create a gang, man. You bring them, we raise them. This is what we doing. We tapping everybody back in, man. If y'all getting a little something out of this, man, hit your boy with a one in the no, hit me with a vortex in the chat. Hit me with a vortex in the chat, man. Let's get some of this moving up in here. You dig what I'm talking about? Word for word, the Algonquin story of Amara. You get it from Owaspy and the Mound Builder Iron Culture. Facts. Ain't no other way. How you get it word for word what we got? It was written down in Owaspy before you even got it from the Algonquins. Who is us anyway? They thought I was making it up though, didn't they, Bronze?
Man.
Watch this. Yep. Watch this. Hold on, Bronze. I'm going to twist your cap some more. I'm going to twist your cap a little bit more. You my bro, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to do this to you, but hold on to your wig. I want you to hold on to your wig. Put your lace front all the way. You know, Shaka almost used to have that braid on the side. You got to put the, you got to tie up, you got to tie your whole little wig on real quick. Look at this. What this say? Pine. What? Pine is what? the Algonquin Atlantis. Its flood myth tells how, what? Hold on, look, what? The earth rocked to and fro as a ship and at sea, and the rains fell in torrents, and loud thunderings came up from beneath the floor of the world. And the what? Hold on. The vortex of the earth closed in from the extreme, and lo, the earth was broken, its word for word. A mighty land was cut loose from its fastenings, and the fire of the earth came forth in flames and clouds with loud roarings. And again, the vortex of the earth is about on all sides, and the land sank down beneath the waters to rise no more. Now look, the Algonquin version takes a line from Plato's account. Bullshit. Plato takes a line from the Algonquin version. This Algonquin version goes back to 18,000 BC. Plato talking about 450 BC. No, the Algonquin far outdates it. The Algonquin version takes a line from Plato's account. In the same day, the gates of heaven and the earth were open. Bullshit. Y'all both get it from the sons of the creator, the mound builders, the Ians, the Algonquins. And look, Pan is likewise identified with Atlantis in various Puranas of India. Yo. An Atlantean saga was retold in the Mexican Toltec tradition of Pantitlán. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I didn't even look if Pantitlán was in here. Let me see. Kenya, Pantulan, Pansivan, and Kichamaye variant of Atlantis. The Popol Vuh, a Vatican cosmology, tells how the old men came from the other part of the ocean from where the sun rises, a place called Patulan Pasivan. Patulan Pasivan. Hey. But yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? This is where you get the story from. This is why you're going to come on. You got to come on home. Share the live. You got to come on home. You got to come on see the creator. But you're going to have to come on see Creator Gang, man. Get right. You can do. You don't need us. You think you got this by yourself, you're going to find out very quickly. That ain't how it's done. And once you get this higher light, it sure get lonely. I held this light in for years because I didn't have nobody to talk to. They had no community. So this is why I always give shouts out to the brother Omian, because he seen me out here dropping light. Somehow he synced it in the sea of darkness. Just like Neff. Huh? Say sometimes the light shows best in the darkness. Whoa! You dig what I'm talking about? They gonna get it one day, Bronze, yo. But we gonna have to dig off into them piranhas. You know that's one of my things. I don't be hating on India. As a matter of fact, I think the Eastern philosophies are more concrete and understandable than anything we get in the West.
You already know.
Anything we get in the West, it make more sense. Even though most of it then got hijacked and twisted and by Kabbalactus, Chisa, the Buddha and the Brahma and all that. And you did what I'm talking about, but it's still so many grains of truth that they couldn't hide it all.
Yeah, a lot of it is just scattered, man. And when you find those nuggets, You know what I'm saying? You piece that shit back together, man. It's like, yo.
I'm trying to tell you. It's leading us right back here. We started at immigration. We done went all the way across the world and back.
Bro. Hey,
you dig what I'm talking about? We done went across the world and back.
Bro, and you know what's mind-blowing about it, right? How it hit home for me. The reason being because my mom, she was in the Air Force, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we was in Japan. And she got orders to go to Clark Air Force Base, which is in the Philippines.
Uh-huh.
And Mount Pinatubo erupted. So her orders got redirected back to the States. You know what I'm saying? Mount Pinatubo is on the Ring of Fire. That's why that hit me like a ton of bricks. You know what I'm saying? But check this out. Well, Mount Pinatubo, when it erupted, her orders got changed. We ended up coming back to the States. Then we ended up coming out here to the Midwest.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know if you remember the flood of '93. The flood of '93 tore up some shit.
Where at?
Like Southern Illinois, Missouri. You know what I'm saying?
93. You know what? It do sound familiar. It do sound familiar because I used to deal with 93, 94. I used to come through the Chi-Town a lot.
Yeah. Now check this out. Pull up Mount Pinatubo.
Mount Pinatubo?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
No. Pull up the Great Flood of 1993.
Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on, the Great Flood of 1993 map.
Yeah. And check
Hold
this.
on. Look.
I didn't know at the time, you know what I'm saying, but they were saying that Mount Pinatubo, which is all the way in the Philippines, is what created this flood over here in the Missouri area, the Midwest.
Wow, man, that thing affected a huge area.
And that was all the way in the Philippines, yo.
Dang. Yeah, look, no wonder I missed it. I'm right above where everybody got towed up at. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And that happened at the same time. Well, Mount Pinatubo explosion. Hold on. What year was it?
It was in 91.
Damn. And this happened in 93?
Yeah. But they were saying that eruption, it says it's been suggested that excess cloud condensation nuclei from the eruption were responsible for the Great Flood in 1993 in Midwestern United States.
Dang.
So when you was talking earlier about something that happened on the other side of the planet with the faults, it affected another place on the other side of the planet. You know what I'm saying? This is what it was like, mind blowing.
Yeah, crazy, ain't it? How it's all connected.
Yeah.
It's all connected. You can't get away from it. That's crazy. That's crazy. You dig what I'm talking about? And you dig what I'm talking about? You know, many of these great calamities, you know, people take advantage. And during many of these times, you dig what I'm talking about? They was burning libraries, you know, with what wasn't destroyed and people just trying to pick up the pieces, they was just coming through wiping folks out. You dig what I'm talking about? That thing went quick.
Yeah.
And we had and it was people on both sides fighting. You dig what I'm talking about? Aboriginals on both sides, but mostly natives on one side, aboriginals on the other. You dig what I'm talking about? And many times we was fighting with the British. Because we were tired of the Americans.
Man, the British, man, and the colonization, man. Oh man, that's ridiculous, bro.
That's crazy, but they was the only niggas like, look, man, we not trying to enslave y'all, cuz. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, you can come on, go to war. You can be free over here. Come on to Canada when you're done. You dig what I'm talking about? So many niggas was like, man, fuck America, nigga. We about to go shoot some of these boys. You know what I mean? And went on with the English. That's where the story of Robert Small and all of them come from. South Carolina, where he hijacked the steamer, and you dig what I'm talking about? Turned to a gunboat, little black dude. All that come at this time. You dig what I'm talking about? Many of this in the 1800s. You know what I mean? And
1800s was
cracking,
man.
Cracking, man. I can't imagine. I can't imagine what was going on. This is, man, there was so much stuff. Because right after this, you got the War of 1812. Right? The War of 1812 was fought by the United States and its indigenous allies against the United States and its indigenous allies against the United Kingdom and its own indigenous allies in British North America, with limited participation by Spain and Florida. It began when the United States declared war on 18 June 1812. Although peace terms were agreed upon on the December 1814 Treaty of Ghent, the war did not officially end until the peace treaty was ratified by the United States Congress on February 17, 1815. Tensions originated in a long-standing differences over territorial expansions in North America and British support for Tecumseh Confederacy. Now, many people like to say Tecumseh are people. I'm not sure on that. But he did speak an Algonquin-based language, and he did fight. So that tends to let me know that the pictures that we seeing of Tecumseh really ain't him. That this guy. Hold on, let me show you. This guy. I don't think that's Tecumseh. Y'all see that? Can you see that?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the picture that they showing. I don't think that's Tecumseh. I think Tecumseh was a nigga.
But you know, they always got to lighten folk up and make them look whatever how the people that's living in the particular area look at the present time.
You know, now how he look totally different. And we know the Shawnee, you know, they go back really to the first indigenous 18 tribes, and we know they was all Negro, so I don't know who this guy is or why he don't look like him. Why he don't look like him. That's not even the same person. They don't know who the hell they paint.
Right. They be freestyling, man.
Yeah. And they didn't whitewash this brother. You dig what I'm talking about? Tinska Watawa. He was the younger brother of Tecumseh A leader of the Shawnee in his early years, Tunskawata, was given the name Lala Watika. All right, hold on. Right. Tecumseh's Confederacy, who opposed the U.S. colonial settlement in the Old Northwest. These escalated in 1807 after the Royal Navy began enforcing tighter restrictions on American trade with France and press ganged men they claimed as British subjects, even though with American citizenship certificates. Opinion in the U.S. was split on how to respond, and although majorities in both House and Senate voted for war, they divided along strict party lines, with the Democratic Republican Party in favor and the Federalist Party against. News of British concessions made in an attempt to avoid war did not reach the U.S. until late July, by which time the conflict was already underway. Right? This ties into Detroit too, because Tecumseh came up here and tricked the goddamn Americans. He tricked the shit out of them, and you know what I mean, got them to leave Fort Detroit. You dig what I'm talking about? When he only had a little group of people. You dig what I'm talking about? But he sure made them boys get that up. It came up out of Fort Detroit. It was called Fort Detroit at the time. It's now called Fort Wayne, and it's a star fort. And it literally say it was built by the Indians. It was here 900 years before they came into contact with it in 1776. You know what I mean? Let me pull this up real quick. Look, this is Detroit Historical Fort Wayne. Y'all see that star? Hold on, let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. See if I can blow it up just a little bit. See that star? Remember, we seen that same star way down in Memphis. This is in Detroit. But they tried to say, wasn't nobody doing this. We've been doing this. Right off the water. This is the Detroit River right here. As a matter of fact, I used to work here. It's tunnel. Listen, first of all, it's mound. Everything is a mound. This whole thing is built on a big old mound. But then out here is mounds. It's a place in here in Fort Wayne. Let me see where it's at. It's right about, I say, this is Jefferson. Okay, so it's like, it looks upside down. You know what I mean? But it's like right here. This area right here at this corner. Because this go back here. The lake is back here, my bad. This is the lake. This way. But right here is an Indian mound. Right here, and it said it got a plaque on it and everything. Let me see if they, I don't know if they got a shot of it. I did have a shot of it I got a shot of it in my phone. But
hey, you're gonna have to do do a show on the mounds, man. You were showing that one day around that way.
Man, we got a whole street in Detroit called Mound. And ain't nothing but mounds up and down it. When you look, when you know what you're looking for, you can see that, you can tell where the old ones was tore down. It's a big one still there, right on Mound and Outer Drive. You dig what I'm talking about? It's right there. They turn it into a park and stuff, but the mound is there. So I'm gonna go. I'm pretty sure they pulled out. We hear the story that Henry Ford pulled out everything that was in the mounds, and that's why he built on top of them. And this is where he got his fortune from, out of the shit that was in the mounds. So that's another story. But hey, man, if y'all got something up out of this, man, hit your boy Cosmon with a 5 in the chat.
Man, they got to be some 10s in the chat right now. What?
Yeah, put a 5 in the chat. 5 in the chat. You put a 5 in the chat. All you gotta do, hit thumbs up the video. You dig what I'm talking about? Share that mug to your people across the platforms, man. Let them know we different. We different. You dig what I'm talking about? We not talking about what everybody else talking about, and we making more sense with it. You dig what I'm talking about? Anything you want to, hey, tell the people go where they can find you at, Browns, yo.
You can find me at the Bronze Yoke Report on YouTube. You can find some content over at Creator Gang Gang TV.
That's
on
right.
YouTube. Me and Dreadful Cosmon supposed to be dropping a podcast here shortly on Creator Gang YouTube. So, you know, we're going to be dropping that knowledge. You know, having some fun with it.
That's right.
Creator Gang Gang way.
That's right. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, man. And sub, like, share. You dig what I'm talking about? Check out the Browns Yoke Report. Hey, Browns, I gotta have you back, man. We're gonna have to get into to these piranhas, the pinna shots.
Got to, bro.
We gotta break down that Brahmanis. Then we can bring it to the Hindu text. Because you can't understand none of the Hindu text if you don't go back. And then the Upanishads, you up on them, right?
Yeah, the Upanishads are like the last section of the Vedas.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
They say them is many of them is writings of Zarathustra or Zoroaster. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah. You got to connect some of the people at the time back to that particular region.
Got to.
Because there's too many similarities to say that there isn't.
Right. And they saying the same thing. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part. When you actually look at what they saying the same thing. But yeah, man, we're gonna have to come over here, get into some of this India. We're gonna get into Kemet. You dig what I'm talking about? Since I don't know why they think Kemet's gonna be so tough. Kemet is not gonna be tough at all. You dig what I'm talking about? You was just going against Bible, people who couldn't decipher. And then what is the whole point of your whole religion? Like, what's the end goal of Kemet?
Right.
Learning Kemet knowledge. What's the end goal? Right? To try to reach the duat to become one with Osir. What is that? You dig what I'm talking about? That shit's vague. You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't no better than trying to become one with Jehovih. And I thought only men became one with their women. But you want to be one with Osir? He of no crotch? You dig what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. It's a little fuddy-duddy.
And Kimmy on the chopping block next.
Kimmy on the chopping block next. You dig what I'm talking about? Put them boys out of there, man. I'm putting together a doc on unveiling pre-dynastic Egypt, who they were. You dig what I'm talking about, and explaining it with Owaspy and showing the Mesopotamian roots of the foundation of pre-dynastic Egypt. So they're gonna be mad at that already. But it is what it is. My work is scholarly, and you know, it's all backed up, and this is why it's sourced up, and this is why it's taking so long. You know what I mean? Because you know, I just wanted to be right.
Yeah, you know, with this information, you got, you know, take your time, man. Spread it out. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no rush. You know what I'm saying? So spread it out so folks can understand what they looking at. You know what I'm talking about? So
yeah.
You
know what I mean? You don't want to put it too dense or have it too long, but you gotta lay your premise out. You got to lay your premise all the way out and show you why I'm saying what I'm saying, because what I'm showing, nobody else has ever even thought about it this way.
Man,
they never even thought about it this way because they didn't have the information to look for. So, and then once you read Owaspy and you look for the information, it's there. That's the crazy part. They was just never able to put it together. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna show, you dig what I'm talking about, why you find so much Mesopotamian influence in pre-dynastic Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? And Kimmy, you next. You dig what I'm talking about? Shoot some holes and all that doctrine.
Man.
You dig what I'm talking about? Put Osar on the chopping block again. I guess I'm set. We gonna chop him into 14 pieces again. You dig what I'm talking about? I hate to have to do this to old Chile Mound. You dig what I'm talking about? But I'ma bring out some stuff they not ready about Osiris.
Man,
they not ready. They don't know what he doing today.
That's
the today, right now.
That's the question.
Yeah.
What he doing today?
What he doing today? You can tell me about 3,000 years ago about some you don't know nothing about it. Nothing. You wasn't there. You don't even know if the gods was real, or if they just if they anthropomorphized deified men. You don't know if they just aspects of nature that they're the nectars. You dig what I'm talking about? You don't know what they are. The brother Tahuti say the aspects is real because the ancient Egyptians said the gods was real. Jabari said all this shit mythos is fake. You dig what I'm talking about? That's what he said. None of the gods are in fact real. That ain't what my story say. You dig what I'm talking about? So you dig what I'm talking about? We definitely gonna shoot some holes and all that Kemet bullshit. They should have been quiet. But Sarnetta opened his mouth, and now he's then hastened his end.
Since Jabari the champ, man, we're just going to improve, bro.
Yeah, just bludgeon him, because I didn't already prove that if Richard Carrier would have used my tactics, he could have easily shown the god El 35,000 BC, 500 years before there was an Egypt, over 1,200, 1,300, 1,400 years before Osar was even talked about in the 23rd century. You dig what I'm talking about? I could have showed El, I would have debunked all that shit. And this is why I did that show. Debunking him and showing Richard Carrier how you do this, son. You dig what I'm talking about? They quiet when Cal shoot them shots back. If you think Sarnetta ain't see it, you crazy.
You got you got something coming up though, don't you?
Like what?
You got a upcoming debate or
No, not yet. But I'm gonna get into something. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna get into something. And I was supposed to go do talk to the little preacher dude yesterday on Sinetta, but he never called me.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
To lock it in, but it's crazy. He got in touch with Misha. You dig what I'm talking about? He ain't want to have this conversation with Cosmon. But he thought I was lying. He thought the sister was gonna say something different than I said. No. You dig what I'm talking about? I guess he wanted it from a softer individual. You dig what I'm talking about? She'd give it to a little nicer than I'll give it to him. You know what I mean? But yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? I might want to just go do because I got a doc called The Ranks of Angels, where I just break down all the ranks of angels.
I know that's gonna be fun.
Expose what a cherubim is. Expose what a seraphim is. They think them as angels. They're not. Sorry to rude. Cherubim and seraphim are not angels. Uh-oh. You dig what I'm talking about? So I don't know. You dig what I'm talking about? I always ask for the smoke. So when Sinetta called me the other day, he said, if you want to have a debate, what you want me to tell him? You dig what I'm talking about? I said, tell him I want to debate if his God is a deity, an angel, a man, and an idol. If he's any of them, he falls. And we're gonna show. Tell him I'm gonna show using his Bible that his God is a man, an angel, a deity, a deified man. You dig what I'm talking about? And an idol because he got an image and niggas didn't sing him and niggas didn't beat him up. Niggas beat the God of the Bible up, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, that guy of the Bible, he been taking some blows lately, bro.
Yeah, man, he been taking some L's. He done got Paul exposed. He done snitched on Paul. Lil Mon got Paul fried. He snitched on Paul. That's why he been on trial all month. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right. All month.
It says Mally set it off. Paul been on trial. You dig what I'm talking about? That was at the end of December. You know what I mean? Crazy. Hey, but I'm gonna get up out of here, bros, yo.
All right, bro.
Hey, man. Just want you to breathe in. Let that light in.
For sure.
Cosmon, man. And I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh, it's that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papabul, that Tao Mein, since sun south in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Sang, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ethers. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faithless, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied